It's time to see who's going to win tonight. Is it going to be me or is it going to be truly Julie? It has been a year and a half that has been spent on working on the black box and creating so many wonderful memories with you all. But what does this mean to me? Tonight, either I go or truly Julie wins and she goes ahead. But only one of us can stay here. And I am here for this. And tonight, we are going to see who continues to host the Black Box, who is the one that remains in control of this. And there can only be one. Welcome to tonight.
Tonight is years and years of standing in the shadows of one man who now claims that I'm the one that claims victim to everything. Tonight is more than closure. Tonight is about a person, me, who's going to fight. It's about me proving who I am, what I am. It's about having a voice. It's about having more. I'm not a victim. I'm a person that was able to stand up and get out of the shadows and proving that this person couldn't handle standing next to a strong, independent human being. See, tonight is more than about closure. Tonight, I will fight to the death to slam that door once and for all. Tonight is about finishing what was started. I don't care what it takes, but tonight, all I will see is red.
Buff the stuff, Bagwell. You probably thought I forgot about you, didn't you, brother? Because here I am, because that's what you would do, see? I'm in round 3. Count 1, 2, 3. And you're only in round 2. And you're probably scratching your head under that big hat wondering how'd that happen. Kind of got to keep up. You're not real good with that. So I'm going to tell you this, Buff. I'm rooting for you, buddy. Get out of round 2. Get your opponent and come see me so I can bury you resoundingly in front of everyone once and for all. But you know what, folks? That's not all I've got to say, because Buff has a tough road to even get to me. But I'll tell you somebody else that's got a damn tough road tonight. That's Mr. John Red, Papa Red, Mr. Wednesday Night. But you kind of forget something, John. I'm the king of the black box. Now your ex-little woman is all geared up just to kick your ass across the TKN network. But I've got my eye on you too, because guess what? You're in round 3, same as I am. And if you've got the guts to pony it up right frickin' now, mano-y-mano, toolbox versus toolbox, I'm game, brother, because you got all excited. You got them 30 points. Ooh, I'm about 50 points ahead of you. Plus, I got a whole bunch of other tricks right up my sleeve that I want fair and square on the John Red challenge that you seem to just continually flip and lose. But speaking of losers, this gets to me. Because I know this guy. You know, he's had his ups and his downs, and his heart is typically in the right spot. I will give him that. But this time, his head wasn't. I'm not going to say where his head was when he pulled this, but I'm sure you know where I'm going with that one. Who am I talking about? The one and only Howard Collado, the man from the Dominican Republic, the musician. Currently, the host of the Howard Show that just debuted not that long ago. And because you and your ego couldn't say no, now my compadre, Avi, is on the chopping block without even getting to compete because of you. If you win, Avi loses. So I've said it once, Howard. I'm going to say it again tonight, but I'm not one to be repeating myself. You can't win. If I got to translate that for you, don't.
Hi, guys. The black box. The black box. It feels comfortable, like my living room. It feels cozy. I enjoy it here. Joe Risitano might be here tonight to try to regain what has been. Hi, Joe. Joe. I'm glad you're here tonight trying to regain what you used to know as the preview review. Your cup of Joe, your stale cup of Joe, might I add. But me, truly, Julie, I'm here. I'm still comfy. I'm still loving it. I'm still enjoying my perch. I am here to continue to reign as the host of the Black Box. And there's nothing that you can do about it. I mean, you can try tonight, and certainly we will see who wins and continues to be the host of the Black Box and who loses. Good luck, Joe.
Ego. Ego. Ego.
I've been hearing that word a lot this week. But my ego led me to a death trap. And my ego compromised a lot of people. One person in particular means a lot to me. Mr. Avi Klein. My ego compromised his potential standing in this tournament. And if there's anything that we've learned these past 3 years, when it comes to disease, viruses, you've got to let them in. Because that is what JW is. A disease, a virus. And the only way you kill a virus like that, you gotta let them in. You see, that way the body develops immunity. So what the green boomers don't understand is that we have to develop an immunity against this virus, this disease, this slithering little snake. One night, there were 3 words, probably more, that were screamed out in the night to warn the colonists. The redcoats are coming. The redcoats are coming. The redcoats are coming. Well, I am screaming to my green boomers. JW is coming. JW is coming. JW is coming. On my block, where I grew up, in the Heights, JW, you know what we would call you? Oh, mama, huevo. That's what you are.
Round 2 is nearly upon us. Some of us are already looking ahead. Round 3. There are 4 people in round 3 now. Pete, you are the latest addition. Am I proud that it's all green rumors? Yes. Yes, I am. I was the first Pete. I made it to round 3 before anyone else. And you snuck your way in there at the last minute, thinking you can get everything you want whenever you want. Don't get too comfy, Pete. Watch round 2. See what happens there. Do you understand how tough round 3 will be? Do you remember how tough the grape debate was and then the qualifying matches? Who beat you, Pete? Who beat you? Not once, but twice. You had your little smile. You were hoping that being the villain everyone loves to hate, or hates to love, would get you far. But Pete, round 3 requires skills, not luck. I'm ready. Are you?
First of all, Your Majesty, tonight ain't about you, brother. I got plenty for you. You obviously aren't appreciative of what the John Red Challenge has brought to you. But you haven't paid your dues. But we'll get to you another night. Because tonight is the moment that everybody has been waiting for years. That woman has been the bane of my existence. She's gotten pardon after pardon after pardon. But she knows she ain't getting no more. She pulled a little number. You can see I'm out of my element. She's trying to be slick. Had someone rough me up. Had a goon. That's what she does. She's a snake. But tonight, the green room is gonna go red. And when it all's done and all settled, and the dust settles, Mindy Red, you're gonna rue the day that you disgraced the red name. Let's do this.
Covered with gifts. Most of all, you send us home with the warmest memories of you and of your country.
Oh, it'd be fantastic to win this thing. First thing I would do is set up story performances over in Greece, and I'd like to do it in one of the ancient theaters.
Why would I not want to be able to go from Marathon to Athens and trace the original steps?
Going to Greece with my wife and my family and having a great time. Let's win this.
Just like in sports, I'm sure Jim would say the same thing. You don't play for individual awards.
Oh, yeah, I'd love to be able to say I beat all these guys.
I'm trying to go to Greece. I'm here to win the whole thing.
I've come here to chew gum and kick ass, and I'm all out of bubble gum.
It really is about winning.
Yeah, heck yeah, I'm here to win it.
And I'm here to do my best.
Everybody has some pride.
Victory has 1,000 fathers, but defeat is an orphan. I plan on winning tonight.
Here doing mental push-ups.
Winning is really important. What's even greater is inspiring. That's what you do with this show.
Well, you're in it to win it, or why be in it at all?
I'm about winning.
I think I'd be more interested in the prize.
It's about the prize.
I am here to go for the gusto.
Why are you keeping score if you don't want to win?
102 Hall of Famers. And
Oh, yeah, because I'm going to win it.
We all want to win.
I'm here to win.
Of course, I'd love to win.
I'm always in it to win it, Avi.
I'm definitely in it to win it.
I've already won. I hate losing.
It's about the pride. You don't want to come in second. You want to be first.
Well, of course I am. I don't do nothing to lose.
Yes, I do. Of course I do. I want to go to Greece.
I have a newborn daughter. I'm here to win it for her.
Wouldn't be on here if I wasn't going to win something.
Something amazing going with the show but you're there and you're educating us. You're taking people from different eras, different disciplines. If you're taking us out of our comfort zone, you're making us fall in love with people that we didn't know.
I had a wonderful time, Dolly. You gave me good eargasm tonight, man. I love your voice. I love the things that you talk about, man. Is eargasm a word?
It is now.
I may have had great intros, but I shall never have better.
Wow, man, you need to go everywhere with me with that intro, man.
Holy smokes, Avi. Where did you get that information from?
Welcome to the wow. Of my friend.
Of my face.
Okay. All right, guys. Hey, episode 192 of The Green Room is live. Apologize for the little black screen there, but that's what happens with live TV. Sometimes it is unpredictable, and that's what makes it worth watching. We got a lot to work. Getting tongue-tied. We have a lot that's worth watching tonight. That is for sure. As you saw, I had a couple of things to say to a few people. Other folks a little more finite. And the big one, there's two big ones tonight. The Green Room goes red. I mean, that's pretty self-explanatory. You got John Red grinding his teeth, man. You can feel the ire emanating off that man. It's almost scary. And then you've got Mindy, formerly Mindy Red, now traveling as Mindy McKinney of the McKinney clan. She's putting it out there that she has had enough. She's done. She's done talking. John comes off the same way. Yeah, I got a little beef with John, but you know what? Mindy and I go back a ways too. And, we've not always been hugs and rainbows either. So which way is it going to go? How is it going to go? That is a bit of a mystery because Avi, the guy in the back pushing the buttons, pulling the levers, making this thing go right now, he has not come off of that to me. I don't know. Are they, they're in the same state. As he set it up, they're going to be in the ring with boxing gloves. I don't know what kind of challenge this is, what it entails. I can tell you this, though, because this has, John pointed out, it's been years. I mean, it's been years in public view here on The Green Room. Now, how far back before that does it go? I don't know. How long have they just been a couple of miserable people under one roof? I can't really say. But we're going to settle that tonight in some fashion. That's going to happen. Mindy, John, they are going to have the contest of contests tonight. And we'll see if that puts a lid on this particular oil fire. Big show tonight, folks. Big show. Not only do we have that, we've got Second Chance Bowl. We're going to vote in the last person on that. We'll talk more about that. Here's the other big fight of the night. Joe Resart, i.e. Risitano, and Truly Julie. Julie has been the host of the Black Box for quite some time now. But she, in effect, took that over from the OG man, Joe Risitano. As Howard Collado points out here, with all the intensity behind Julie and Joe and John and Mindy, it might blow the virtual roof off this place tonight. So if you've not reached out to somebody and said, hey, you got to see this, take a moment, folks. Take a moment, because this is going to be one of the biggest shows that we have had since the beginning. You know, here's what I wonder with Joe and Julie. As I said, Joe was the OG. Back when it was still the review show, I appeared a couple of times. You had other folks cycling in, but Joe kind of, he come in with his cup of Joe and kind of took over and ran it. And then he come up with other things to do, and Julie stepped in nicely, kindly. But if you remember, Julie, once she gets her hooks into something, her eyes on something, she ain't likely to give it up. I remember some petitions. I had to get involved with some things, with the green room, but that's neither here nor there. Ramon Solomon, my man, says, I can't believe we're finally here. The culmination of so much animosity. Brother, you've nailed it right there. These people, they can pretend all they like, but it's obvious they don't currently, if they ever did, like each other. But coming back to what I was saying about Joe and Julie, there's a ton to say about the Reds, and I'm sure we'll kick that around before it happens. But Joe and Julie are going to fight it out tonight for the sole spot, the sole ownership as host of the Black Box. And there's this huge prize. And again, Avi's doing the cloak and dagger. I don't know what it is. They, I don't think, know what it is. So that, that in itself is huge. But let's think about what else is on the line. We're thinking, the Black Box, the midweek show, the one on Facebook, the second fiddle, second banana. Here's the thing, folks. That's changing just around the corner. And I'm talking a corner you can't see. It is right there, because it's about to hit YouTube like a runaway truck. Yeah, same as the green room, same as us tonight, same as the shows with over 100,000 views. Same thing, same place. It's going there. That's feathering somebody's cap. And here's the other thing. On this one, because we've seen it. We have seen it, and sometimes it's defied the odds. Sometimes you went, nah. Sometimes that only happens in the movies, but there will be no draw. No draw. There's no tie. There's no, we're both good. Let's co-host, slap it on the back. No. There's a winner tonight, and there's a loser tonight. That's what we've got. To borrow a phrase, there can be only one. If you know, you know. But we talked about is going on YouTube, and guess what? Celebrities are going to start hitting the Black Box. It's an up-and-coming show. It's not going to remain in the shadows of the green room that much longer. It's going to become its own beast. Something you may have heard about are these 11th hour matches, celebrities that are beating down the door, and they missed the whole round one. There's no second chance bowl, but they're going to get their shot. And it might be on the Black Box. It's hard to say who's going to show up there, but big name celebrities. So you think about that, the sole rights to hosting the Black Box, it's a golden ticket in and of itself. And I'm going to kick that around with Joe and Julie because I don't know if they actually get it. I mean, everything's going to YouTube. Our show blocks, the Fab Friday and the Sunday Source, we've got them uploaded on YouTube. YouTube is the place to be. Everything's going there, and all eyes are there. 50,000 subscribers, almost 1.7 million views so far. In their match, right there you see it, folks. 50.1 thousand subscribers, 1.67 ... million. That's a million with an M, million views. That's us. I mean, what more is there to say on that? This is an up and coming. These are our starting numbers. I mean, yeah, we took a little while to get rolling, but we are looking to double this by the end of the year, looking to double it. So yeah, the black box is not a second fiddle, an also ran prize, a runners up anything. To host it is a big freaking deal. So this contest tonight, in a way, it's historical because our one and only winner is going to go on to helm this show, the Black Box, and put their stamp and their name on it. Yes, Allison Wheaton, that is amazing numbers. Thank you. In the YouTube world, those numbers are insane for the time we've been on. Truly, Julie says it herself, so I think maybe she's aware. Is Joe aware? We're going to find out. But let's talk about how their match is going to go down. This is going to be standard tournament rules. There's going to be 3 topics. Rebuttals are in play. There will be a countdown clock if somebody goes long. So you guys know how it works. We're going to vote after each round. And when the dust settles, the person with the highest cumulative vote count walks away the host of the Black Box. But again, to borrow a phrase, that's not all. If you haven't heard, we're going to have a round 1 award show next week, June 8th, award show. It's been a while, and this is tournament specific. And we're gonna fix that up tonight. You guys are going to be involved. The Green Roomers are going to be involved. So you got to think of all the people currently in round 1. That's 110 plus are currently in round 1. All of those. We've got 11 categories. And we are going to figure out 3 candidates for each category that next week we vote on for the actual winners and awards. Just to give you a couple categories, we've got most intense match, best intro reaction, most humble, most likely to win it all. I will cover these at the beginning of that particular segment so everybody knows what they are. But you look, we're going to do 30. There's going to be 33 people out of 110 plus. So that's less than 1/3 of the crowd. So start thinking, put your thinking caps on, figure out who you are going to want to see in these different categories. Yeah, it's going to be fun. Next week is just going to be a total freaking hoot. We know that. So I talked about this too. Let me talk about a little something else before I jump right in. This is a great show. We got a lot going on, but I just mentioned the award show. Next week, we got other great shows coming down the pike. Rap battle. Avi Klein, our master of rhymes, the man that is known across the TKN network and beyond as the greatest introduction man in history, to my knowledge. I mean, Michael Buffer doesn't get those accolades, and he's good. Avi gets, like I said, it's a category in our award show, the best intro reaction, because some of these celebrities have come on and they didn't know what they were getting. So who else besides Avi is going to be there? It's going to be folks you've seen before. Christopher Kid Reed, Tretch from Naughty by Nature, and Christopher Clay Martin. Old-fashioned, old-school rap battle. Now, I don't know the details, but I know I'm going to be there because this is going to be something to see. It is definitely going to be something to hear. I mean, can you imagine? I mean, you guys have heard Avi spitting rhymes. We've heard Naughty by Nature. We've heard Kid and Play. I ain't putting money on it, brother. I'm not. It can go any way, but it is going to be, I think somebody on the show said at one time, it's going to be an eargasm for everybody. So, bring everybody to that. We're actually going to have, a promo show, kind of like you saw us here at the beginning, kind of giving our feedback to folks on our radar, or across the ring competitors or matchups. Once everything is set with the Second Chance Bowl tonight, after we vote somebody in and the matches are made, because that's happening tonight too, we're going to have a promo show. People coming on, saying what they got to say. I'm an old hand at it from wrestling, but I want to see what I want to see what these folks have to say. I really do. That's going to be something there. Going to have a D&D show, celebrity D&D show, so you can kind of see how folks that have this storytelling background actually mix it up in an actual game of the old-fashioned Dungeons and Dragons. And guess what? I get to dungeon master that, as they call it. I will be in effect hosting the game for these folks. So stay tuned on who that's going to be and what we're going to be doing. So yeah, D&D, man, it's coming. It's up and coming. If you didn't know, I do run a workshop for a handful of folks on Mondays. Most of them are in the crowd tonight. Thanks for coming, guys. Always appreciate you. And kind of showing them the ropes. We got people of all different levels, people that played for a few years, people that, really never picked up a book, but they're all coming together. And it's a shared experience. It kind of mirrors what the Green Room does. It brings people from all different backgrounds into the same realm and lets them cooperatively tell a story. Now, it's in a game format, so that's a little different. But as I've said, I've got friends purely from gaming that I've had for years and years and plan on keeping them for years. And I meet new people all the time. With the social media, it's not hard to connect with folks that have these similar interests. It's just awesome. And the fact that TKN is getting on board with one of the most, actually, I'm going to go out on a limb and say the most popular tabletop role-playing game that has ever been is that's just flipping amazing. I love that, and I think you guys are going to love it too. It's an experience. If you've gamed before, you kind of have a heads up, and if you haven't, it is going to be something to see. But before the night wanes, or is it waxes? No, I think it wanes. What we need to do is get somebody else into the Second Chance Bowl. And you might be like, well, why? Didn't that happen on the Black Box last Wednesday? Well, by golly, it did. But then Mr. Joe Risitano, who was stuffed into the Second Chance Bowl, losing his perch in round 2 by one Pete Sharpie, who took the red carpeted stairs up to round 3. Joe had his night on Wednesday, and on the John Red Challenge, he emerged victorious, and his personal prize was to step out of that Second Chance Bowl and straight back into round 2. So I got to give that to Joe. He was not out of round 2, but a minute. Brian Taylor was voted in Wednesday, supposedly taking that last spot, but that was before Joe made his triumphant exit back to round 2. So we have one empty seat left. And tonight, we got to fill it up. So we've got, we'll talk about that in a minute to help with the voting on this. I'm not here all by myself, as you're well aware. So I want to bring in the rest of the Green Room players, as I call them. Let's start off with Mr. John Red. Can we do that? Because I know John's always got something to say. What do you say there, Papa?
Oh, man, I'm Mr. Wednesday night in the house, guys. And as much as Majesty likes to not say the John Red Challenge, the John Red Challenge, the challenge that John Red built has propelled you into round 3. And I don't think that you respect that enough.
Well, you know what people respect, John? Hey, just zip it for me. You know what people respect, John? They respect consistent winning. Which, before I ever showed up on the black box to play in your John Red Challenge, I heard you did pretty good. But as soon as I showed up, you couldn't do anything but lose one after the other. And I just seem to keep winning and winning and winning. I'm, practically run out of room in my little toolbox for stuff. But every week I would see you, excuses. Oh, I didn't have my head on straight. This happened, that happened. Mindy said boo and scared me. You were at one point, I recall, you were just as giddy as a kid in a candy store, because you didn't actually lose anything. I mean, so, they left the John Red Challenge, the moniker on there. I gotta say, though, I think that's just kind of a pity play for you, brother. I mean, you ain't got really anything else going on for you. So that's my take on it, is King Kelly, the true king of the black box, and the man with the most challenge wins.
Well, you're talking about my losing streak. Well, you should know something about it, because you're on a bit of a losing streak yourself, because it ain't easy as it looks, brother. And when the John Red Challenge was in full effect, I was going through gauntlet after gauntlet after gauntlet. But look, this ain't about me and you tonight, brother. I'm not going to let you break my focus, because I know you'd love to see me fall tonight. But tonight, I'm going to save my energy and save my focus for Mindy McKinney.
Oh, are you? Because I kind of remember hearing a similar speech from you when, I was on the black box. I think you were on a beach somewhere, talking about how you're going to come back and show me how it's done, and came right back and lost yet again. So, I'm not from Missouri, but as far as tonight goes against Mindy, show me.
Gladly.
So with that, that's enough out of you, John. Let's bring in Miss Giselle. I would love to see what she has to say, because I know she's got something to say about somebody somewhere. Hello, Giselle.
Oh, you think I have something to say about somebody somewhere, do you?
Am I wrong?
Are you referencing yourself?
Well, I don't know. Surprise me.
It's funny to me. I'm sitting back here. I hear you two battling it out.
Well, yeah.
I'm the king. I'm Mr. Wednesday Night. It's the John Red Challenge.
But here's the thing, Giselle. Here's the thing. And I'm sorry to interrupt, but if you look at it right here, right now, 3/4 of the entire third round is sitting here on this particular screen.
That is true.
And, you always pointed out, you were the very, very first.
I was.
But I got to ask, does that give you any advantage in round 3 over myself or even this guy? Does it? Sometimes being first really just doesn't matter.
Sometimes it doesn't. But I don't think you two would be here if it wasn't for me.
Really? Now, you've said that before. And
I have said that before. I totally believe that. What do you think?
Well, here's what I think. I would like you to tell us why and how that is, because I'm not seeing it. You got there first, but there was 3 more seats just sitting there. So what'd you do for me?
If I hadn't opened that door, there would be nobody in round 3. We'd all have to duke it out in round 2. We wouldn't have that bye. We wouldn't be able to read the competition. We wouldn't be able to look at them and what they're doing. We are going to learn so much more by being in round 3 than those in round 2 could ever hope or dare to know.
I certainly.
You want to take a walk through that door? Or are you still gunning for Buff? You haven't forgotten him. I've seen that.
Oh no, I've not forgotten Buff at all. But and I was sincere when I said I'm rooting for him in round 2. I really do wish him all the best. I hope he wins his match and comes into round 3 with his big old hat and his yap and his charisma, and gets to sit down across from me. That is my sincere wish.
What are you going to do if he loses?
Well, I'll send him a card. And but here's the other thing. I keep up with Buff. He's back doing some ring work. And always got one left in me. And I know a lot of promoters. So, neither here nor there.
The thing is, Kelly, you seem to be trying to stir up a lot of crap with a whole lot of people, one after the other. What's your strategy, brother? Or you want to just try to get everyone on the train to get rid of you, or what? Because you want to make a whole lot of enemies, even in just your promo tonight, one after the other. He's got always someone coming out of your mouth.
Well, John Red, I'm just addressing business issues, really. You see, Buff and I have some unresolved issues. You're just flat out annoying. And Giselle, I really wasn't trying to stir anything with Giselle. I was just asking some questions. I'm going to agree to disagree on her opening the door. I think the door existed there. She was the first one through it, but I don't put any more into it than that. But speaking of, people that you think I'm putting on some sort of train to get rid of me, why don't we bring in one Howard Collado?
Another one.
See what he's got to say about stuff.
Hi, Howard.
How you doing, Howard?
Hey, Mr. White. I will say, objectively speaking, you've been doing a damn good job tonight. But that's where compliments end. I believe there was a certain phrase that came out of your mouth earlier today. I can't win. Interesting, because I think that somewhere there's a pig flying, because there's something that John said that I actually agree with. You see, I'll give John some respect. You know why? Because he actually went through a gauntlet. He went through me. He went through Giselle. He went through Mindy. He went through Julie. Over and over and over for John. What was that? 3-4 weeks?
4 weeks, man. It was a gauntlet.
And Kelly, hey, I'm not taking anything away from you. You're the king. I get it.
Thank you.
But did we see a little crack? Maybe this past Wednesday? Because I don't think you got any votes.
Ooh.
Yes. Donuts.
See through it.
And if I'm not mistaken, at the end of the night, at the end of any competition, it's the engine that votes. So let's do a little math here. So the engine did not vote for Kelly, which probably means perhaps you don't resonate, Kelly. I don't know. Just a thought. Just a thought.
Okay, let me address your overwhelming concern for my well-being, Howard. I certainly appreciate that. And yes, I didn't like how last Wednesday played out. I honestly didn't. It's left me scratching my head a bit, regrouping, re-examining things, because that's what a winner has to do when they have a stumble. It's not make excuses and make up delusional stories about why they did what. So yeah, I lost. Came in absolutely last. 0 votes. So I have to wonder, did I not resonate with anybody? Because, there were a couple of separate tactics with that. You had the, hey, save yourself the embarrassment, I'm going to beat you. And then I went with the humanitarian aspect, as did Joe, who ended up winning with the same tack. Now, did Joe resonate better than I did? Seems so. I'll give it to him. There's also the fact that, maybe even the engine has gotten a little frightened of the power I hold in this tournament in round 3 and didn't think it was such a good idea to give me all D&D topics right out the gate. Maybe they just decided that wasn't a good idea. I don't know. But hey, I lost. I'll take it. I'll figure it out and we'll play it again. But to go back to your original comment, something you heard that I said, and I've said it before, you cannot win. I am in no way at all addressing your ability or lack thereof. Not at all. Ponder that, Howard. While you're thinking about that, we talked about the green room goes red. You can't do it with one. You need 2. So why don't we get Mindy Red in here and let her say a few words about whatever she cares to.
First of all, get the last name right. I'm not a red. I'm listening to a lot of yapping in here. A lot of these third rounders yapping. But I am going to give some respect to Kelly. Because you did. You lost bad last Wednesday. But I'm going to give you some respect. Because you didn't make excuses like others that continue to lose. So respect for that. But all the yapping you're doing about third round this, third round that, there is some respect that you're there because all 3 of you did earn your way there. It doesn't matter who got there first, who got there second, third, and a fourth. You're there.
Yep.
Some like to make more excuses about the gauntlet they've gone through and who they've gone through and when. Apparently starting to prep their excuses for the loss that's coming up tonight.
Well, that's true. But I'll tell you, Mindy, I appreciate that. Me and you don't agree a lot, but
no, that's why I'm throwing respect.
I think I'm John Red.
Respect out there. Didn't say I agree. Just respect for taking your loss like a man.
Well, I appreciate that. So, tonight is all about high stakes. You guys are going to have your battle later. I don't know what's truly at stake other than your obvious pride. Maybe red's more, not quite as much as metaphor as we thought it was. But tonight is all about high stakes. And one of the highest stakes we have to put out is the very last seat in the Second Chance Bowl. We thought this was done Wednesday, but we didn't foresee Joe jumping out of that Second Chance Bowl like his pants were on fire. Don't blame the guy that he was able to do that. Yeah. But that left that seat open again. So once more, we are back to the voting board. It's us. It's the engine that makes this darn thing go. Everybody out there in internet bleachers and Avi. So here's the way it's going to go. Before I get into that, we're going to see a video. And we've kind of seen it before. We always keep it spruced up. But this is going to show who is up to be voted in.
All right.
Because we kind of have to know that. We may get lucky. There may be a ticker at the bottom that has these names too. So that's something to look out for, pay attention to. But we kind of got to know who we're working on voting in. Howard's rebutting already. What's up, Howard?
Not a rebut, just a question. Joe and Julie, where are they? Are they going to be voting here or?
Okay, that is a fair question. Joe and Julie, they got a lot on their plate. They know what they're dealing with. And they are cramming last minute. They're getting their emotions in check. They're doing the checkup from the neck up.
Sure.
So they're not going to be joining us on screen for this.
Okay.
You know, they're viewing like everybody else, and I'm sure if they can pull their nose out of their respective books, you know, they're going to throw a vote in.
Gotcha.
So they're, in effect, they're getting ready for the match of their life because, as Avi pointed out before, and I've let everybody here know, there is no tie, there's no draw, there's no handshake and back slapping tonight. There's a winner and there's a loser. That is, it's done.
Winner take all tonight.
Winner takes it all.
Yeah.
So, loser goes home.
And this is going to be huge because the Black Box will be debuting on YouTube soon. So it will be on both of our mediums here, Facebook and YouTube. So whoever wins tonight, whoo!
Right.
Something that's got to be said. I just don't want it to go unsaid. Second Chance Bowl, the last spot. So look, if you really want to feel sorry for someone tonight, at the end of the night, Avi Klein's got to make some phone calls that he thought he was going to have to make before Joe Resart won the John Red Challenge and put him into the second round. That vacated the spot. Now, this is the last spot once again. That's humongous. And then Avi's going to make those dreaded phone calls. So
let's not worry about the calls right now. Let's worry about
the spot.
The last damn spot. It's Saturday night. Let's figure out who the hell this is. Let's give them their wreath, give them their trophy, give them their seat. Let's get this ball going.
Their spot. Let's
So let me talk about the voting. And if the video pops up during that time, I'll just continue when it's over. But as far as the voting goes, everybody pictured here on screen gets a vote, and that vote is worth 3 points.
Oof, that's a lot.
3. How many times have you guys had 3? You know, unless we're doing a celebrity match, we've never had 3 points before. So this is 3 points apiece for that Second Chance Bowl. So we're going to vote first.
Okay.
Oof.
The engine, the folks out there in the digital bleachers, they're going to vote. They get 1 point per. Nothing against them, but there's a lot more of them than there are of us. They have the voice and they have the power.
Yeah.
As per usual, batting cleanup will be the ever fine Avi Klein with his vote at the end, and his tonight is worth 10 points.
Woo!
So,
all right.
points are up. The stakes are up.
Finally sailing, man.
We're finally sailing. We're finally putting somebody in that last seat, and we are closing the door. No more hopping out, folks. Not until you earn it with a match, which will get set later tonight. So, without further ado, let's look at who we all have to choose from to award this final seat to. Take a look, folks.
Truth is, you guys have been given something that every athlete dreams of. A second chance. And you're afraid of blowing it. We all are. But now our fear is shared and we can overcome it together. Let's lose that fear this Sunday and put it into San Diego.
What's the truth, damn it?
I'm afraid, all right? You want to hear me say it? You want to break me down? All right, I'm afraid.
I'm still standing. I'm still strong.
Are the center of the universe.
Responsible for just a lot of the success, the spirit of the nation.
You don't see
Michael Myers. You don't understand fully what he is.
A month? You can't do that. I don't need your permission to go out. I can come and go as I please.
You can't really get on the right there on the 50-yard line at the football game.
And in the midst of this, you have a gentleman like Winston Churchill.
He also arrested Maroney.
Is the next arrest coming soon?
And the Russian government could claim a mutually agreed upon resolution.
To have my health, have good people like you and good friends in my life. And they turned into the thing is that when McCready offers him the sip of the liquor.
On the other side of this fence is your new home for the next month. Have a good time.
And she taught me how to harmonize, singing Silent Night.
Yeah, you can have some regrets about maybe I should have done this.
I had a 2-year contract, and when the 90-day term come up, I wrote and asked for my release. And
to have a force and a voice, not just for the NFL, but for, again, pop culture, for
learning how to identify them, skin them, cut all their limbs off.
I feel a certain obligation to tell you that parts of the story I just told you were fictionalized.
I admire, Prince and everything like Eric Clapton and.
Avi was at 6, right?
Yes.
We had Taylor at 3, and then we had Lila at 10.
Heads for Brian.
Okay.
Heads for Lila.
The point is flipped.
And the last
Oh my gosh. Here we go.
Here's Bryant. Looking for 3, got it. Ryan Taylor with his second 3-point play of the night.
The sexual content that was in it, and today they want to talk about all the bands that you want to use.
Oh man.
Nice.
Here he is.
Oh man.
Stepfather, he did a great job bringing us up.
The lock. Let go of the handle. I don't have the handle. Open the lock.
My mom was also the head of confraternity for Long Island.
Motion. Pounding away.
He got a lot of people behind him, man, and I tell you, a lot of kids need to appreciate some of the things that are.
Daggers. There's this kind of antiquity that comes with these films.
And I said, okay, you have every right to say that, okay. And then
we always had the mentality that we wanted to steal the show. We wanted to have the best match on the card, So, and we've all had our heart broken, guys. Every one of us out there.
First thing that across my mind, of course, was the boat incident. It was a movie that was so well directed that didn't have any TNA, anything blowing up. There wasn't any. It was just a.
Nobody got color. Everybody's the same color.
No need, I wanted to come.
I don't want to hear a single goddamn word from you.
And you didn't have to be a rich traveler to do that. You just go to the internet and
anyway, he put like $6-7 million just into the fine arts program.
Your passion make me crazy. Your existence makes me wild.
And what social media can do and these tools that have emerged, because now the world is so polarized more than ever.
I'm not opposed to working with someone extremely attractive.
I grew up in Merrick out on Long Island, the grade school years, and I also grew up out in Van Nuys.
Yes, I'm the kid with the pointed ears.
It was a tough call between him and Mel Gibson, and there's so many good ones out there, you know.
We arrived. The first day we were at the Super Beast compound, and today we're going to a different location. So
Kennedy sent troops in hopes of peace.
We're loading up our Woody with the boards inside and heading out singing a song.
As far as Walk on the Moon, I agree. At the moment, it was fantastic.
But nobody controls me, Jack. Nobody controls me.
Here, he could shoot fire. He had a big mouth. He could crush things.
Wow.
There it is.
Anybody else have deja vu?
Yes. Yes. Other than this week, where I was torn last week, this week, I got it.
You got it. Okay.
I got it this week.
You got it this week?
I got it this week. No knots in my stomach because this week it's it. This week it's happening.
Okay. I mean, it just, it was only a few days ago that we were talking about all of these huge celebrities and their accomplishments and them walking away because they didn't get the seat. So we need to vote. Everybody out there in the digital seats, queue it up, get them ready. We're going to vote here first, and we're going to vote our man in the back, Avi the Fine Klein, is going to keep track of everything, because you got to think, we're going to make one person real damn happy.
And then that leaves how many?
We're going to piss off about 16, 17 others. I forget again.
Out of very
so many.
Do not
want to be on the receiving end of that phone call tomorrow.
And John pointed this out, and I hate to say John's right, but he is. It doesn't fall to anybody on this screen to pick up the phone and call an Ed Begley or a Lila Robbins or any of these other folks and say, hey, sorry you didn't make the cut. You didn't resonate. We don't have to do that. Avi's got to do that. So my hat's off. I wore one to him. John's doesn't seem to come off. So about that.
I don't even know if it's so much that they didn't resonate, but there's so many amazing discussions that were had from all of these topics. It's so much more to take into account. What did they say? What was their perspective? Why did they come at it that way? Who were they up against? How close was the match?
I mean, there's a ton of things to consider. I mean, Mindy, what's driving? I don't want to hear your vote yet, but what's driving your vote?
A lot of things I consider is, did they resonate with the masses in general, though? Not necessarily that particular night, because they wouldn't necessarily be in the Second Chance Bowl, but did they resonate? How did they carry their conversation? Who were they up against? how many votes did they lose by? You know, personality wise, what were the topics? How far do I think they could potentially go into the tournament? There's so many different things I think about when I'm thinking about these particular, because there are people that resonated with me when they had their topics, but I know in my own perspective, they may not necessarily make it very far in the tournament because for whatever reason. And so there's a lot of different things that play factors in when these particular people are in the second chance bowl. A lot plays into it. Who are they up against that particular night? The voters, you know, different things play into it. That think about it for just a moment. It's not necessarily about resonating, you know. I mean, look at the talent pool we have here. When Avi's having to make these calls, we have 7-time award winners, we have Olympians. This is insane. Of the people that whoever it is tomorrow that he's making these calls to, it's insane who doesn't make it.
These are people who are not used to losing.
No.
They come in and they win. They are the best in their fields. They have the accolades. They have worked hard and trained hard in their sports, in their performances to be at the top. And they're being told they didn't make it tomorrow.
It's, you know, and just one thing to think about is all those competitors, at the end of the day, they brought their best A game.
Exactly.
They came to win.
And they did their homework. And you could tell that they did the homework. But it really just comes down to who just said something that just made your heart beat a bit more, right? Mm-hmm. And that's tough. That is really, really tough. I mean, it's how do you decide that?
It is tough. You know, the thing is, it was tough Wednesday. It's tough tonight. If we put this off another week, it's not going to get any easier. So sometimes you just got to rip the Band-Aid off. So the way the voting's going to go is the way I brought people on. I'm going to vote last amongst us. So, John, you were first on screen. Give us a little why, and then give us your vote if you'd be so kind.
Look, it's going to sound like we talked about deja vu. The person that I'm going to vote for is someone who a lot of people could say maybe should be in by default because she tied this person. And I talked about her match was against two huge Miss Franklin and Tommy. Those were they broke out in song. It was a great conversation. She came up short in that match. Miss Lila Robbins has my 3 points for tonight.
Okay. That's noted. Like I said, Avi is tallying everything in the back. Our man that pushes the buttons and pulls the levers to make all our technology go. Out there in the internet seats, you guys can go ahead and vote. Avi will be taking those into account. You may not see them on the screen, but he is taking them into account in the back. Our next voter here from our green room players is Mindy of the McKinney clan, if you would go ahead.
Thank you. So like I said earlier, I take into account how they appear to resonate, who they were up against. Did they do their research? How, did they resonate? Were they intellectual? This particular person felt like they were talking to me that particular night. They had an amazing laugh. And I feel like could go very far in this tournament. I feel like can do very well in the Second Chance Bowl, which is going to be very hard to get out of. And so my 3 points also goes for Miss Lila.
Wow. Okay. So it looks like Lila Robbins is cleaning up so far. Again, the engine out there, all the folks in our digital seats, go ahead and do your voting. Next up here, we're going to go with Miss Giselle.
Yes. Before we do that, Mary Stanton, Todd Bridges is already in the Second Chance Bowl. So please pick someone that we just saw in the video who did not make it. We have so many other worthy people. Todd will be back. We will see him again.
Thank you, Giselle.
He was one of the best competitors we had. He opened this entire tournament with Stephen Tobolowsky and lost by 1 point. So if anyone is definitely deserving of being there, it is Mr. Todd Bridges, and we are very happy he is in, and we will see him again. So thanks, Mary, for your vote, but please choose someone else from tonight because Todd is in. Yes, Johnny Todd. We love Todd.
Mindy loves.
Johnny, Todd is in. Todd is in. Remember, guys, Todd is in. Yes, yes, yes. So please pick somebody else.
Okay. I am voting for someone. I know my last three have been very difficult to choose among. And tonight, I am voting for someone that had great chemistry with their competitors, that was able to be heartfelt and tell meaningful stories in a way that was digestible and understandable and made us all think and feel a little bit more, and was happy to be here. And tonight, I am voting for, and before I say it, we've got the people who are eligible down there on the scroller. One of those people. When that pops up again, vote for one of them in the scroller now. Todd's already in. A couple of others are already in. But anyone you see down there when that pops back up, those are the people who are available. With that being said, tonight I am voting for Anson Williams.
Wow.
Very cool.
Okay, Anson Williams. Got you there. So yeah, folks, we're getting the scroller up and running, and it has the running list of names of people who are eligible to get into the Second Chance Bowl, not the first video that showed the folks already in there. So you can see it there now. We've got Jenny Santana, Layla Robbins, Medusa, Anson Williams, Cindy Pickett, et cetera, et cetera. So please pick your vote from that list of folks. Thank you again for your vote, Giselle. Wow. I'm still kind of boggled with what we're doing here, you know, because even though we just lived it last Wednesday, one lifeline, everybody else, you know, kind of shuffles off to Buffalo or, you know, whatever the saying is. So with that said, Howard Alavo.
You know, I was thinking a lot about this week. I sometimes think the most important question that's asked during their matchup is even before the matchup starts. And that is, do you want to win? Do you want to win the whole thing? And I always pay attention to their energy, their response, what their body language is saying. And I think I mentioned it this past Wednesday, you know, when this particular person came in, you know, they said, I'm going to kill it. But I also been thinking about her. I believe she made a great argument for Whitney Houston and how she was able to kind of deconstruct these lyrics. And as a musician, I mean, that just spoke to me. You know, I had forgotten that. So I'm going to vote for Layla Robbins.
Okay. So Lila's getting a good bit of vote here. We've got Anson Williams. So it falls to me to make my vote. And we've got a lot of folks out there. And Giselle, you went over some reasons you changed your vote. It resonated with me, but it left me in a predicament.
I know.
Because I've had the same guy. I stuck with Eric Roberts till he got in. And then I went with Robert Davi. But we've got one seat. We've got one vote. Robert came up second yesterday. You know, if Avi had given him the nod, he would have been the guy. But it went to Brian, who was technically in third at that point. So I have to decide, do I stick with my guns and likely waste a vote, or do I jump on a bandwagon? And I have absolutely nothing against Layla Robbins. I'm sorry. I think, you know, what you guys said is true. It's just, it didn't hit me as much as it maybe hits you guys. Gonna go with my gut. because once again, I don't know, there was just something in the interaction that left an impression on me about this particular person. They've stayed memorable in my mind, more so than anybody else that is actually eligible. So no mystery. I'm going to stick with my guy, Mr. Robert Davi.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, there's no bad choice. That's right. There's no bad choice here.
There isn't. There really isn't. There's no bad choices. There's too many good ones. Is the problem.
Yeah, but it's the last choice tonight, man.
Yeah.
So it needs to be really thought out. Engine.
Oh,
We've got Chad Top 10 Dixon. He's voting for Stan Hansen.
Thank you,
We'll call
Chad.
him Malaria. Who else do we got? I'm going to call him out. Like I said, Avi is still telling everything in the back, but I will call out what he's brought up here. Alexander Texador, Medusa deserves to make it. 2 guys.
No, this is the problem. So many of them deserve to make it.
Yes.
If they were facing anyone else on any given night, we wouldn't even be having this discussion. They'd already be in round 2.
Another good
Elise Pender votes for Dr. Matt Fink.
He's consistent there with Fink.
Very good.
He's a good one
In the
too.
Valid. Great musician.
Hey, Phil's coming through for me, Mr. Robert Davi. Thank you, Phil. I feel like a vote for Robert's vote for me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, a lot of those, Kelly.
I don't need any votes.
And they're not so much on Wednesday, but
Oh, we got
Julie
another.
Reeder.
Matt Fink.
She's going with Matt Fink. So she was able to look up from her preparation and throw Matt a vote.
That would be a very good choice as well. I would not be disappointed if he was in there.
Okay, another for Matt Fink.
Louis Shans also votes faithfully for Dr. Matt Fink. Matt Fink is coming up in the world. Victor Santiago, Robert Davi.
Robert Davi.
I mean, is that also a vote for Kelly? I'm just curious.
That's what Kelly thinks. John, who would you be most upset about not being in? Would it be Lila? Is it someone else down there? If you were the one making these phone calls tomorrow, who do you most want to not call?
Well, Allison Wheaton kind of hit mine. She's putting her vote in for the one and only Larry Holmes, the boxing legend. I do not need a right hook from Larry Holmes. So.
No, I don't think I want to call him tomorrow.
No.
Do we even pause to realize that we have Larry Holmes in this competition?
I know.
An illustrious, amazing boxing career. I mean, jeez.
Yeah, he was the man back in his day. I mean, he was, he came through as unbeatable for such a long time. It was just wow. I mean, and to watch him work. I mean, we saw that little clip.
Yeah.
That was just crazy.
It's the crazy thing to think about is that we have so many competitors. So many competitors after tonight is going to be on the outside looking in to all this great talent. And a lot of them are going to know they were this close. They were this close and just didn't quite get in. A lot with tournaments are like that, though. We know the March Madness was another one for Robert Davi.
Hey, yeah, Robert Davi, another vote.
There you go.
We know during March Madness, there's teams that are pissed off every year because they're on the bubble and they don't quite get in, and everybody wants to go to the dance. And, baby, I'm telling you, this is a dance that everybody wants to be in.
It is. And, I mean, if you think about it in those terms, up until tonight, everybody was technically on the bubble till tonight. Right. Everybody left. We're busting the bubble.
Oh.
Pinocchio Joe.
It's my man right there.
Right.
That's my man right there, baby.
Another vote for Lila from Mr. Pinocchio Joe.
Hey, John, sticking with this sports analogy, who that's already been voted into the Second Chance Bowl, who is our Cinderella?
Man.
Larry Holmes is the most underrated heavyweight champion in boxing history.
Good question.
It's a point of view. I certainly don't underrate the man. That's for sure. He would be in my top for sure. And we saw the vote for Lila. I want just a quick timeout.
We're coming in hot. Woo.
This is another deja vu. Lila's currently at 10,
Well.
Robert Davi at 6. That seems very reminiscent. Lila has jumped ahead.
The thing is about Cinderella, I don't know if you can name a Cinderella person, because I said it before. The person who wins the Black Box Challenge and is standing that gets in, they may be, this bowl might be the overall winner. They very well could be. I don't think you can count any of them out.
I'm seeing a lot there for Lila Robbins. She is in the lead.
Yeah.
If you're out there in these digital seats and you have not yet voted, please get it in. We've got to count this thing down. We've got stuff to do tonight, but we're ready to fill that last box.
They're scrolling down there, right there.
Yep, there. Todd Bridges will advance far in the second chance, but obviously Mindy's sliding Luis there.
We had a back and forth, great matchup with Steven. I mean, just their argument on Superman and Spider-Man was just going. I mean, they're just picking at the minutia of these superheroes, and but committed to these little details and going. It's. Oh man! And then what I love is Steven going. What does he say? Steven says he looked at the. Oh, what a loser! That's what it is. He calls, I believe, I think Superman. I think Superman a loser.
Okay, Avi, the fine Klein is tallying in the back, and he says, "Here is where we stand." That's what we've got as far as our numbers go.
Let's see.
This is so stressful.
Davi and Lila definitely neck and neck. And
I know Lila's in the lead, but where's my guy? Where's Anson? Where's some of these other folks that are mentioned?
Got a few others. Larry Holmes was mentioned. Medusa was mentioned.
And Avi still has to vote.
Avi still gets his 10-point vote once we see where everybody's at. And I kind of got to make the call. We've not seen any votes from the digital seats, the engine. So I'm going to say that their voting is complete. Our voting is complete. We just need to see where we're at, and we need to see what Avi's going to do.
We know we've seen it throughout the second chance voting. Avi's his vote carries a whole lot of weight, and he said he doesn't vote in anything else, and so he wanted his votes to really matter in here, and he has changed and flip-flopped a lot of would-be winners into just not quite making it. A lot of them by 1 point. And so, his vote is going to make a lot of difference, and it may not make the winner or the loser necessarily, but we know it all carries a whole lot of weight at 7. Now, tonight is at 10. It's going to be a big vote.
Ooh.
Here we go.
Okay.
Oh.
So here,
eliminated.
Here are the folks that are walking off with their duffel bag and their heads hanging low because they didn't quite make the cut. These are the people obviously going to have to call this week and say, hey, sorry. So let's look at some great names that they're very deserving, but it's a numbers game and they didn't have the numbers. Let's see who we got.
All right.
We're talking about people who probably came close every time we voted,
Very likely.
Yeah.
Ooh. Huge round of applause. It's individuals.
Yeah, they deserve it. They do deserve a huge round of applause. It's just.
Wait, this is the biggest celebrity tournament on the planet?
Jenny Santana.
Jenny Santana. Going on. Well deserved. Well deserved. Jenny had to go up against the big hitters at that time, and they're still big hitters. That's Avi and Mark.
Yeah, I mean,
and nobody had a toolbox or gimmicks up their sleeve or any tricks. It was just straight up. And you got to think, any other night, if she'd have been up against 2 other opponents, she might have been in round 2 already.
Right.
Yeah, she definitely was faced 2 of the best. Mark Henry. Look, there's another one.
Here we go. Jeff Timmons. He went up against some of the greatest minds thus far, and he held his own, but mathematically, he didn't make it.
God really filled with a lot of positivity. Talked a lot about, Tony Robbins and how, he just literally wrote down his goals and just by one followed them. And, He became, one of the singers of that amazing band.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of inspirational, really.
Jeff Timmons hurts. That's definitely one that hurts. He's been in my mix.
Definitely great.
Medusa.
Oh, man.
I mean, I was actually a judge on that one. She even brought the infamous belt and everything. But yeah, Robert Wall, man, he was a force that night.
Yes.
But like I said, anybody else, if you put her up against anybody else, any other night, any other topic, could have went the other way. You can say that about all of them.
Right.
Absolutely.
It's interesting too with Robert. He came in and had some psychological tactics, right? He came in and said, I already lost this thing. Everyone's going to vote for Medusa. And
reverse psychology. Yeah.
Absolutely.
It seems to have a little play in what we do because Mick Foley kind of pulled that stunt too, if you remember right.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Gotta keep an eye on it.
He did.
Confidence is king. Sometimes, though, you can use that.
Sometimes it works.
But I tell you what, I don't want to. I'm glad I don't have to have that phone call with Medusa either.
Stuntman.
That's the soundtrack of my bedroom during the late Joe Smith and Jaworski advanced in that particular match. They did. They did.
Can't think about that
He just had good energy.
To echo the famous words, I'm going to kick your ass by Ron. And the Mad Stuntman really shared beautifully about his mother, when she was sick and he was in the hospital, and how she was like trying to fix his shirt. I mean, even on a hospital bed. That spoke to me that night. I remember that was just
powerful.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Powerful.
I can't think of too many people that have come through here that in some fashion, really didn't speak to me on some level about something. I don't have any, that guy was a robot or we had zero connection. I don't have that at all. I'm starting to get a little hoarse, John. You want to read this one for us, brother?
Ray Mercer, a gentleman, a friend, Spencer Haywood, and Beefcake advanced in that particular match. That was a great match. Y'all remember? And Ray had a few technical issues, but let's give him a hand, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome.
Oh man,
that's not man.
Yeah, Ramona does.
If I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, guys. I think Spencer called out Rick Barry, I believe, and
yes. The only two right now are Rick Barry and Eddie Johnson.
Yeah, calling out his shots. Oh yeah, but he brought Olivia.
Love that clip Avi found. That was
good.
She was a sweetheart. She really was.
Yeah.
Yep.
Had some strong arguments, I believe, with Joan of Arc. Some really went in depth with that. Just very articulate young lady.
She was. Yeah.
And not only are we the largest celebrity tournament on the planet, we are international. We have several competitors from Canada in this competition, and we had Olivia Dabo, who has just been mathematically eliminated, but she is over in England. So there really is something for everyone here.
Yeah.
And when we say the biggest celebrity tournament in the world, we mean the world, baby.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Global.
We've got people in Houston, John Red's backyard, calling him family. Who's that, John?
That was awesome. Calvin Murphy, man. One of my childhood, man, just heroes, and a great guy, and great for the city of Houston. And to be able to talk to him face to face and treat me like family, that was awesome. That was a great night and something I won't forget.
Ken
Patera.
Ken Patera. College.
Feeling we're going to see his name again tonight.
Oh, yeah.
World's Strongest Talk Show with Tara and Klein will return. I'm just going to read the full thing for everybody. A friend, colleague, a TKN original, Ken Patera. When round 2 debuts, the celeb talk shows return in full force. The world's strongest talk show with Patera and Klein will return. Ken, love you. So, awesome shout out to Ken Patera. he had one heck of a match.
Sorry, Matt.
Again, I mean,
You know, how many people can actually say they literally made their opponent's eyes bug out? Because he did.
Yeah.
He's awesome.
That's a moment right there. That's a frameable moment right there when that happened. Right there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, you want to read this one, Giselle?
Butch Patrick has been eliminated. Cheryl Swoops and Clinton Portis advanced in that match.
Round of applause for old Butch. Eddie Munster, the original.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that was. There's a lot of people who are going to be upset about that. As far as him not seeing him again, I know he's a hero for a lot of people, a childhood hero for a lot of people, myself included.
Yeah, I mean the same. You know, it's like I'm on screen with Eddie Munster for that one. It was crazy. You want to take that one, Mindy?
Larry Holmes has been eliminated. He is one of the greatest of all time.
That's the truth right there. That is the truth.
Holmes time, baby. Holmes time.
You know, he's not used to losing at all.
No, that is one phone call I
would rather do it as a phone call than go knock on his door. Just saying.
Yeah, I would think so.
Maybe kind of hope he doesn't answer and you can leave a voicemail.
I was just gonna say I had a beautiful share about racial unity when I was talking about that, and just talking about there shouldn't be no color, that and that was just beautiful, with his journey.
It is, and I mean, so many of these people have said beautiful things like that, and I mean, yes, it's sad to see them go, but I, for one, don't think this is the last time we're ever going to do this. I think we'll see some of them back. Howard, would you take that one?
Yeah, a friend and mentor, Ed Beagley Jr., 7-time Emmy and Golden Globe nominee, and
this is exit stage left. Amazing. Wow. But, to clap somebody like that off the stage, it's kind of sad. But like I said, I think, we're going to see some of these folks again. Oh, yeah. And you got to look on the bright side. We're giving somebody that Avi's going to, let us know soon, that second chance at life in this. We're going, here's the goblet. You fight on another day.
Yeah.
That's pretty damn exciting when you get down to it.
That's what it comes down to.
Well, speaking of excitement, right? Let's not forget these guys also get a glimpse of what we're doing here.
Yeah.
Right. It's beyond the tournament. The amazing shows that we have that are part of the network. I mean, those guys have voices. Those guys have personal messages. So they get excited just being here. I mean, looking at that intro. So yeah, they're gonna want to continue working with us. I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're going to go home, but they're going to talk and they're going to tell people. A great speaker, Mark Marrow, Jake Roberts, and Christopher Play Martin were the other two in this high-profile match. Mark Marrow, we salute you, sir.
Mark Marrow, he was one of my favorite. I absolutely loved their match. Definitely resonated with me a lot. He was very, very poised.
I would say he's probably the best overall speaker we had. Now, of course, he's a professional, which makes sense, but, still amongst the people we've had, that's no small feat at all.
Absolutely.
Because remember, we have John Anderson's in there and John O'Hurley's and Justin
they're my
Ventura.
next two in that best speaker category.
And JBL. We have quite a few who have had political and broadcasting careers after they have retired from their sport. So they are used to being in the public eye and speaking in this manner and addressing concerns and addressing discrepancies and being there for the people to communicate information to them in a way that makes us think they are authentic and experts and
Ron, you want to take it?
Yeah, a friend, an amazing human being, co-host of The Lariat here on TKN, WWE Hall of Famer Stan Hansen has been eliminated. He went up against one of the favorites to win this entire thing, Mr. JBL.
Just talk about him. Big hand for Stan. He deserves it. Holy smoke, he got John take his hat off.
You know, with Stan, it's so fascinating when you watch his career and some of those clips, and he was. I mean, Kelly, I'm sure you could attest to this. He was vicious, right?
Oh yeah. I mean, there were literally guys that if they ended up going up against him, they weren't real happy about it. They knew they were going to feel it for a day or two at least afterwards.
Yeah, and then he comes on here, and he's just this beautiful, gentle, human being.
All right, guys.
Finalists.
Here are the finalists for the one and only final Second Chance Bowl spot. Here are our finalists. Let's give them a hand as they come up.
Yeah.
Oh.
The best, right?
Let's go. Who they gonna be? Here are the finalists for the final.
Okay, the knots are back.
I know we all want everything good.
Dobby was again.
Guys in there. You guys in there.
Hey, Robert.
Guys in there.
All right, Robert. Hey, at least he made the finals twice. When did the Knicks ever do that?
He's been consistently in the hunt. I'd also say that about Mark Merrow, even though he never quite made it. But Davi's getting close.
Yeah,
absolutely.
An inch in there.
All right, Avi. Who else we got, my man?
There it is.
Lila Roberts with 14. Oh, that's big. That's big.
Big lead. Big lead.
It is a big lead. The thing is, statistically, though, it is not a 10-point lead.
It is not.
Those 10 points are going to be
Matt Fink has 5 points.
All right, Matt.
Wow.
Okay.
Just a match with those three, that would be amazing.
So here's the thing, looking at this mathematically with Avi's 10 points, we are at the space again. Any one of these three can be our winner.
Yes.
And it's up to the rhyme master in the back, Mr. Avi Klein.
Up to the
what he does with his 10 points. We are at his leisure, as it were.
Okay.
Absolutely. It's going to be in the line.
I mean, we discussed Lila. Oh, okay, down to Lila, Fink, or Davi. Anson Williams has been eliminated. Let's give it a round for Anson.
Crazy.
Yeah, that would hurt.
Didn't think about Anson having to shuffle off. That's tough with yourself.
That's
But we kind of kicked around Robert and Lila Wednesday, but Matt Fink is kind of a new addition.
Mm-hmm.
What does he look like in the Second Chance Bowl, John?
Man, I'm telling you that he would be someone to reckon with. It's can you imagine if he gets in at the buzzer and he comes and wins and gets into round 2? I mean, only on TKN, baby, only.
Yeah, I think Dr. Fink has had some consistent support. It might have been a little bit more low-key than some of the others we've seen, but he's definitely been mentioned multiple times by multiple people, and he's going to be tough in the Second Chance Bowl for sure.
Yeah, I mean, he's never faded into the background. I mean, what do you think, Howard?
I mean, Zab Judah and Larry Zbyszko, if I'm not mistaken, he went up against that night. Again, 2 heavy hitters right there. So that was tough competition already from the get-go, and those guys were coming in strong. So always a factor to kind of take in. Who do they go up against?
Yes.
I mean, that's going to be a big thing, and we're gonna be figuring that out tonight as well. But Mindy, I'd be interested in your thoughts on Dr. Matt Fink.
I thought he did really, really well that night. And again, I always take into account who they were up against and how they might measure against others. And so I think if he got into the Second Chance Bowl, given the fact of who we know is in there already, he could be a force to reckon with. And I think he could possibly get out if he got in.
Okay. Well, let's see what Mr. Klein has to say. He says, my 10 points will allow Davi to win by 2 or Fink to win by 1 over Layla. If I vote for Layla, then she will have a total of 24 points. Robert Davi was confident and proud. Layla Robbins was jovial, intense, and passionate. Dr. Fink went deep and was generous as he lent his soul to the masses. My vote goes to Howard. Do you have a drum, sir? You're the musician.
Come on, Howard.
Hey, he's pretty good. We've got the drum roll. We are looking for Robert Davi, Lila Robbins, Dr. Matt Fink, who's going to appear on the screen and take the very last seat in the Second Chance Bowl.
Oh, my legs are going to be all
lifeline available. Now, Giselle, your guy, Mr. Anson Williams, unfortunately had to shuffle off. Out of our 3 finalists, if you could redo your vote for one of them, who would it be?
I love Lila very much. She was part of what I consider one of the turning points in this entire tournament. She has a lot to offer, and I think now that she understands exactly what this is, she is going to go very far.
Spot in the second bowl goes to
Emphasis on the word last, guys. Emphasis on the word last. Doctor.
Okay. Okay. Revolution goes on. How about that?
Yeah.
Dr. Matt Fink. Wow. You know, if you think about this guy was way back here, and he just drifted, shifted, shot right by Lila, crossed that finish line, took the checkered flag.
Wow.
That's
there's your Cinderella story.
That's the embodiment of the tournament to me. You know what I mean? You can be behind, and then you slowly inch in, and then there you go.
Well, it's one thing.
That's in right there is the celebrity tournament style we've seen for over a year now. That's the kind of stuff that happens. It's crazy.
Well, it is, and I think it goes, I don't say it's an old saying, but you're not out until you're actually out.
Absolutely.
That's just it. You might be hanging by a thread, but you can still end up taking the lead and doing it.
That's right.
Matt Fink has come from behind and is still in the most star-studded tournament of them all.
You know what we got to do now, though? Lila and Robert, we need to, let them go. Let them go.
Lila's tough, brother.
Congratulations. They were awesome.
Joe said that was intense, man. He is not lying, and him and Julie are back there under a ton of pressure, and they're, also wow. Just wow.
I mean,
so Dr. Matt Fink from the Revolution fills in our very last seat in the Second Chance Bowl. That is not going to be seen again in the Celebrity Grand Tournament.
For Dr.
Write it in your history book.
Only offered Dr.
Louis, I have been fighting for Fink all along. So Louis is a Fink fighter.
Give him a round of applause to Louis.
Give him a round of applause. Absolutely.
I know the feeling. I get it. I know that feeling when you get your person in. I get you. So, congratulations.
I may be disappointed that some people I didn't want aren't in here, but I am not disappointed with the Second Chance Bowl pool overall.
No,
I'm certainly not. And John and Giselle, we get a long look at these folks because they've got to get out of there first. There's 15 in, 10 will come out. It's going to be all triple threat matches. There's going to be 5 of them, and 2 out of 3 will advance. Is anybody curious what these matches are going to be? I mean,
yes. Ooh. Yeah, now that we know who's in. Ooh, here are the 15 that are now part of the Second Chance Bowl.
Okay, pay attention, folks, because we're about ready to make the Second Chance matches. So pay attention to these names.
Yes.
Let's do it.
I mean, any combination is going to be just...
Well, there's so many. I mean, you take 15 and it can go in any direction. Like I said, the math It's not in my brain, but I know somebody can spit out, oh, there's, 14,723 combinations. Might be, I don't know.
Well, there's all going to be triple threat matches, right? So we know two of the three are going to.
They are. And what Avi's going to do in the back with the buttons and the levers, he's simply going to pull up a picture. He's actually drawing names out of a bowl, but when he does that, he's going to pull up a picture on our screen that's going to show the base for the match. That's going to show the first guy.
Okay.
He's going to do it 2 more times. Those 3 people will be match 1. Then we're going to go into match 2, 3, 4, and 5. We are going to have our second chance bowl matchup set here shortly. As soon as we get the names out, we've got a little video here to again show who we're dealing with. And keep in mind on this, on the second chance bowl matches, these are not long drawn out affairs. These are one shot, one topic only.
Yeah.
2 out of 3 move on.
Yeah.
First match is tentative for the 15th of June. Week after the award show,
That's soon.
Saturday.
2 weeks.
2 weeks. 2 weeks till we see some second chance action happening. So here we are, folks. These are the people in the bowl. Hauser Odalock, freshly voted in Dr. Matt Fink, the lovely Cindy Pickett, ring brother Glacier Ray Lloyd, Al Snow, Miss McKenna, who I'm very familiar with, Phil Justin, my man Eric Roberts, Mindy's favorite Todd Bridges, Scott William Winters, the very funny Peter Melman, another ring brother with Rock Richards, recently voted in Brian Taylor, the coach Lenny Wilkins, and Pinocchio Joe, which seems to make John Red just so damn happy.
Man.
Only time he's
have you guys gone fishing or done a barbecue together or anything, here, Joe?
You just.
You know what I was just thinking?
Do much of anything but complain.
To play devil's advocate here, Mindy, I mean, you're a big fan of Todd. We get it.
Yeah.
Todd goes up against Pinocchio Joe, and I don't know, add in another third competitor. I mean, how are you going to feel about that?
Todd might take him out.
He might not.
Todd's a very strong competitor. We've seen what Todd can do. Remember how memorable Todd was. He was night 1, and you remember their topics from night 1 a year ago.
Well, Mindy, to extrapolate from something you already said, you've basically already picked Todd to win the whole second chance bowl set of matches.
I've got Todd going to the finals with me.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
So I've got Todd beating. It's going to be me and Todd. So ultimately, you guys aren't there either.
It's a nice thought. I wouldn't get your hopes up.
But if I'm not mistaken, I think Joe has a target on you. If I'm not mistaken, I think he continues to kind of hound you down. I'm just saying. Look, these are going to be the psychological tactics that might be at play. I got to be prepared, Mindy.
Be prepared for your match, Howard. At the moment, didn't you try to take several of us down with you, including Avi?
There's that.
Howard stated my promo.
Whoa, Pinocchio Joe. You want to read that, Mindy?
I don't give a crap who I face. Round 2 is my future.
He seems confident.
Right there, baby.
Just warning every single one of you who this person is. Kelly, Giselle, Howard.
Okay.
Yeah.
So from Avi Klein, close your eyes and imagine the following engine. In July, there will be over 100 names that are in round 2. Their face cards and names will be drawn live out of a bowl. We will find out live who faces who. As for tonight, I am now putting these 15 second chance bowl participants in a bowl as we speak. The first 3 that come out of the bowl will make one triple threat match. 5 matches in total. Here we go.
Here we
Oh
go.
my goodness. We have been waiting for this.
This is the first one, guys.
Oh.
Time.
First, second chance bowl matchup. We're
go.
about to see it.
Let's go. I mean, we've been talking about this for months, guys. Months.
Any 3 names that are chosen are going to be an amazing match. Out of these 15 names, John, do you have a dream match that you would love to see in the Second Chance Bowl?
You know, Pinocchio Joe going up against any of the other 2 is going to be a dream scenario, because I know that he's going to get at least 1 or 2 of those. Now, he doesn't resonate with everybody, but you got to give him his due. The man is fearless, and he's going to come in and he is going to wreak havoc. Now, he doesn't just resonate with the masses. A lot of times, Mindy can attest to this, he resonates with his opponents. Man.
Okay. Interesting, John. Interesting. So, Pinocchio Joe, Todd Bridges seem to be on the tips of everybody's tongue, but, there's other people in here. We just saw Matt Fink in. Got voted in. What if you take Eric Roberts, Matt Fink, and Brian Taylor? Who's coming out of that alive?
Whew, that is hard to say, but we are ready to reveal our first match.
Here we go.
So let's find out who these first 3 names are.
Cindy Pickett.
Cindy Pickett.
Okay. And Joe Rizard says, the tension is heavy. I love this way Avi segues because it allows for the announcement to build. He's not wrong. I mean, Avi is a master at this. Out of all the names in the bowl, I was thinking who would be first. Cindy Pickett didn't actually come to my mind, but why not?
Who would I like?
We've got Cindy Pickett. Who is Cindy
Who's next?
going to face?
I don't know do you want to be in this first one? Because, kind of like the John Red Challenge, kind of like the way the tournament's gone, people can watch and see this is a one-topic deal. A one-topic, you get one shot. And so what's going to resonate, how you're going to go about it, I don't know if it's going to be great to be the very first match. But
we don't know if they'll be the match we see on June 15th. This is
Okay. Versus Eric Roberts. Wow. Okay. This is a barn burner right out the gate, and we're not even done. We've got to pull another card and make a triple threat.
I mean,
2 out of 3 advance, and I might already be feeling sorry for the 3rd person in this match, but we don't know who it is yet. It could be anyone, and maybe that could change. I don't know.
Well, and like it's been pointed out, to get one shot, one topic, one and done. That's it. The good thing is 2 do get to move on, but that means one person is going home. So when we see this 3rd name, one of these 3 people will be eliminated in the not too distant future.
Oh my gosh!
I mean, we're talking about 2 individuals here who spoke from the heart, right? Cindy Pickett and Eric Roberts. I mean, both heartfelt, warm shares, and in terms of their topics. Woof. Go only imagine who that 3rd person is going to be.
I mean, look who it could be. It could be Matt. It could be Todd Bridges, Pinocchio Joe, Phil Justin.
Scott Winters, he was another really good one.
Yeah.
I mean, we've had a lot of. I mean, again, so many great people. I mean, so many. Already 2 very strong competitors. I mean, this would be right in itself an amazing match.
Yeah, I don't want to be in this match.
No,
I'm not afraid to face anybody else in the bowl.
Melvin.
Oh, man.
Oh,
Woo!
my
It is
God.
official. It is
Wow, it's
official.
going to be.
It is
This went from tough to tough and fun.
Wow.
Yeah, tough and fun. But I mean, the big thing to me, because we've had some people. There's no non-intelligent people, but some just maybe show a little more. And you've got Cindy Pickett, Eric Roberts, Peter Melman. I think these are three of the smartest people in the whole damn tournament.
Yes, there is no underdogs in this match right here. Yeah, they're very similar personalities, and oh my stars, this is going to be. I can't even predict. I can't even predict this one.
We all remember the nasty sandwich Peter Melman was able to survive through. So I mean, he was battle tested. He was battle tested that night, and
that he was.
Oh yeah.
So to make it official, Second Chance Bowl match number 1: Peter Melman versus Eric Roberts versus Cindy Pickett. One topic. 2 advanced to round through.
Man.
Oh my God.
The loser goes home.
Wow.
So there's match 1.
Match.
We need matches 2 through 5.
That is huge. First
stars.
Yeah. Look, the thing is, like you said, this is 1 of 5. This is going to be awesome. This is going to be the best undercard that I can think of, man. This isn't even the main event. It's just the one to see who these people will make it to the main event. What a tournament this is going to be, man. It's so exciting.
Well, it is, because you take the 3 people that were just picked. If they'd all shown up, just in round 1 against each other, that'd have been a huge night right there.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's just mind-boggling, the talent that didn't quite make that second round cut that have ended up in the Second Chance Bowl, and the matches that are being made.
Wow.
Yeah.
We are going to have to say goodbye to one of these people by the end of July.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's insane. Well, I mean, again, just think about it for just a moment. Think about who we just said goodbye to tonight.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's insane. And then you just said it. One of those 3, we're going to say goodbye to. One of those 3 right there, we are going to be saying goodbye to.
We absolutely are.
It's insane.
Okay. Avi says, here's the next 3 for the triple threat match number 2.
All right. Who do we have?
Who we got? Let's show your cards.
Who's going to be pulled up first?
Well, we know who it's not. So.
Yeah. Number
3, please.
Oh my gosh.
I can't wait for Mindy to see Todd Bridges. She's going.
I know. I can't. I'm like, show me Todd. Show me Todd.
Yeah, but on the flip side of that, what's going to happen when she sees Pinocchio Joe?
Well, John will lose.
Oh!
Who is it?
Be good, brother.
Oh man. Powerhouse right there. Powerhouse.
He was one of the only ones that we had a lot of triple threat matches, and he's one of the ones that went up head to head deal. I mean, he goes into a triple threat match. You got to think he's going to be 1 of 2.
Oh,
I mean,
no doubt.
Talk about
what do we have? So there could be doubt. I don't know anymore.
Also, talking about a guy with some psychological tactics, right? The Battle of Phoenix, how he's taking some shots at Pete Babcock's alma mater.
Yeah,
so that's a tactic here, and he did it well. He did it well, Scott Winters.
He did. I mean, just kind of on a jovial note, because his brother, does the Mayhem character, Allstate. I always refer to him as Chaos, but I think he kind of does that a little bit.
Scott is still one of my favorites to win it all, says Avi. What does that say about Pete Babcock? Pete is a force.
Oh, heck yeah. Yeah, he is.
Think about that. Scott Winters in the Second Chance Bowl, one of Avi's favorites to win, lost his initial match, is coming back, which means his competitor has to be I don't even have words. I have no words. I have
Just
zero
was literally gonna blow our mind here. Just gonna boom. But
I'm
yeah,
gonna
I
have
mean,
to say what I said.
you know,
There's no better word.
there's still 11 great people in there.
Yeah,
I
could be
mean,
Rock, could be Todd,
could be Todd,
Could be
Lenny
could
Wilkins.
be Al Snow.
Oh!
Man, this guy here. Y'all remember this match? He was, he had to end up going outside and doing this outside because of the internet issues, and it goes. And by the end of the match, you couldn't even see him. It's dark outside. You can't see him, and he's sitting there, standing there. Man, what a great night that was.
He wanted to continue talking to Avi after the match was over.
Yeah.
In darkness.
Yeah, you couldn't even see him out there.
It didn't phase him. Not phase him one bit. And also talk about a matchup with a lot of amazing rebuttals. Nikita Koloff, Richard Klein. He was definitely seasoned in the rebuttal game with those two competitors.
All right.
Okay, so Al Snow, we've got
Is joining.
Scott Winters, Al Snow.
Person.
We got one more to go.
One more? Could it be Todd?
It could be Todd. Now, do you want Todd? Let me ask you this, Minnie. Do you want Todd going up against these two?
I think that would be a good match.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
Anna.
I mean, you got the intel here, man. You against her.
Yeah.
Okay.
What are your thoughts? What you got?
I mean, I got to give her this. She is tenacious. She got by me. She actually did. She did it fair and square. She beat me. She has her hands so full on this. But you know what? I'm going to back her. I'm going to say she's going to come through this.
Ooh, really?
Right now, I'm going to say she's going to come through on this one.
Look, I don't know, McKenna. I don't know if she's ready for this. I don't know if she's ready to face this type of talent. It's a wait and see deal. But if I were her, I would be treading lightly on this one.
If I were her, I would go to the www.thenetwork.com. Go to Scott Winters versus Pete Babcock match.
Yep.
Look at that over and over and over again. And then switch over to the other amazing matchup that Al Snow had with Nikita Koloff and Richard Klein, and start doing some scouting reports because, man, those guys are going to bring it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Time, if she didn't see them, it is time to do her research and find some tactics. Because she definitely has her hands full. Now look, she's got a little bit under her belt facing Kelly, because Kelly's no slouch. I have faced Kelly. He's no slouch. So I mean, she definitely. But
the thing with Beanie, she's a real quick learner. Real quick.
Well, she only gets one chance. It is one top.
That is true, but I mean,
we got to remember it was just one-on-one. Now
That's right.
Up against
one.
Right? Al Snow and Scott Winters. That's a whole other different beast. I mean, some of you guys have been in triple matches. I mean,
those triple threat matches. It's a whole different ball game.
They are. Wow. They are. It's different, but you got to remember, kind of like the Red Challenge.
Patrick.
Patrick, great to have you back.
Yes.
She doesn't have to win. She just has to not lose.
This is true.
It's true.
This is very true.
So our
tactic there. That is the tactic. Don't lose.
All right, so we got match 1, we got match 2. We hit 3 and 4. 5's going to define itself, but let's see what's all about number 3.
So what do we got? We got Todd. We got Rock. We got Brian Taylor still left.
Yeah.
We have Lenny Wilkins still left. Glacier Lloyd. Phil Justin still left. Any of these?
We're narrowing down. I think Glacier's going to be in this next match. I think he's going to be one of the 3.
For Glacier, all right.
Yeah. Howard, of those remaining in the Second Chance Bowl, what would be your dream matchup?
My dream matchup for those still remaining. I would love to see Lenny go up against Todd, go up against Brian Taylor.
Oh.
Yeah.
Interesting choice.
Yeah.
It would be a very intellectual match.
Oh yeah.
They were.
Yeah.
Yeah. They all put in the work for that. They all do the research. They're all very passionate. That would be tough.
Yeah. How about you, Giselle? Which one would you like to see?
Ooh, out of who's left?
Mm-hmm.
It's so hard because I know any combination would be amazing. So, out of who's left in our second chance bowl, I would like to see Glacier with, I'm trying to think of everybody's high points, low points, how they would match against each other, how they would complement each other, what their personalities would be.
A lot to consider.
Yeah.
It really is.
Sometimes chemistry could play.
Dream match.
Not.
Yeah. Glacier and Lenny. They're both a little more soft-spoken than some of the others. They're not quite as boisterous.
Mm-hmm.
That's not to say that the match won't be any less passionate or intense, because it will.
Mm-hmm.
So Glacier and Lenny and who would my third one be in there?
You still got Hauser. Still got Pinocchio Joe.
Oh, you know what? Hauser could be a good option for that.
Oh, yeah. That's a cool card.
Yeah.
Card.
Kind of just more esoteric
Yeah.
atmosphere going on with those three.
Mm-hmm.
I could like that.
He's a strange kind of cat.
He's different.
Just you never know where he's going to go. He's
I noticed something in the clip, the Second Chance Bowl clip they were playing, where he was there with Gerald. And as he was saying, he was doing this, he had somebody's nose while he was talking. I think that's a scare tactic from us.
Ooh.
So
There's got some mind games in
I have
there.
notes.
It definitely could be. It definitely could be a scare tactic.
I don't know who it's going to scare, but I think that's what he's coming with.
It's because it's unusual and unexpected.
Facial features.
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay. So who?
So Glacier,
who's going to
Lenny,
be
what to do with that?
this third matchup?
Yeah, I mean,
whose face are we going to see soon?
I'm looking forward to it. So we've got 6 out of 15 out of the way.
And we still have several of our green roomers in there. McKenna's been the only green roomer chosen so far.
Yes, who do we got?
All right.
Holy
Glacier.
The cold front just came into the room.
Yeah, absolutely, Howard. Absolutely.
Glacier very low. Glacier is amazing because he had one of the first ever conversations with Avi. I believe it was I forgot where the event was, but I mean one of the original members of this the 2019 Starcast. There you go.
Okay.
Yeah. And I remember Avi playing that clip, and it was really awesome how they just kind of connected very early on. So, and so he's just been around and just an amazing, passionate, well-spoken individual, Glacier. So it's, really cool to see him. John, what are your thoughts?
He's one of the very first people that I voted for when we started the second. I don't know, and I was saying that when my very first votes, how do you have a second round without Glacier Ray and Lenny Wilkins? I mean, I just don't see them not being in the second round. I think that they are probably going to be one of the hardest out.
Oh, all right. The new guy in the bowl, Matt Fink,
we
going
forgot
up against Glacier and somebody else. Dion says Avi. Oh, well, he was saying something. That's okay. Dr. Fink and Glacier.
Woo! Yes. Their personalities and their intellect together, that's going to be a one-on-one right there with these two would already be, it would be hard to tell which one of them would come out of it. And now we've got one more still into this match.
Oh.
Here's a question though. You know, our first matchup, you know, we kind of have three similar people. You know, very intellectual, you know, very well traveled. You know, it's going to be a very tight match. Right. And then in our second one, you know, we ended up with kind of like McKenna, you know, kind of being the odd man out to a degree, but I think she still fits. Mm-hmm. Maybe her force of personality won't quite match, but now we've got two similar people. Is there a similar person to go with them, or are we going to get one of those strange ones like Nasty Boys and Melton? You know, Melton.
Let's see.
Oh, Justin.
Phil. Justin.
Oh boy, Phil.
Okay.
Now, Phil is winning up against a couple of superstars in his own right. You know, I mean,
well, he did.
He and he held his own. You know, I mean.
I think Phil could actually hold his own very well against them. He's got the experience. He's got the intellect. His personality is calm like theirs. He doesn't seem to buckle under pressure.
I think that's pretty good analysis, Mindy. I think, and I don't consider him along the same lines, but I think he can fit in with their style.
Yes.
And you know, he's not going to be the odd man out on this one. So to make it official, our third second chance bowl match features Phil Justin versus Dr. Fink versus Glacier Ray Lloyd. One topic, two will advance. Will it be Phil and Glacier, Matt and Glacier, Matt and Fink, or Matt and Phil?
Matt and Phil.
So
that's a match.
We're doing the fourth one, and it's going to be a process of elimination. Like you were saying earlier, the fourth will then
decide the fifth.
Right. Yeah. We're down to 6 names.
The fifth.
6 names in here.
You know, look.
We got Todd. We still got
Pinocchio Joe.
Brian Taylor.
Brian Taylor.
I was voting for Brian Taylor because I feel like he would be a very good participant against Pinocchio Joe.
We got Hauser.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. We have Hauser left.
Still got Rock.
We have Rock
still there. And
Todd left. Who are we missing?
Todd, Pinocchio, Brian Taylor, Hauser, Rock. Who's our last guy? Last person.
We're missing somebody.
We are missing somebody. Anybody remember?
Hauser, Rock.
Is it Lenny?
Oh, sure, Lenny.
Lenny. Yeah. Lenny.
Right.
A 3-time Hall of Famer.
Oh yeah, 3 times.
Yeah.
That's right. First match.
Who is facing who?
Yeah.
Fourth match.
Okay, fourth match, folks. Fourth match. We're going to see who it is.
Oh man.
Oh boy. Let's see.
No.
Ooh.
Brian Taylor. Brian Taylor. All right.
Taylor.
Pinocchio Joe.
Do you want Pinocchio Joe in this one, Mindy?
This is why I went for Brian.
Okay. Mindy is wanting Pinocchio Joe's name pulled out of that hat so Brian Taylor can take him out for her. Now, that's some of the hardest strategy I've heard in this game in a long time, Mindy. I'm got to say I'm pretty impressed with that. That's some thinking.
You think anyone else could take out Pinocchio Joe? Are you only counting on Brian Taylor?
As far as the second chance bowl goes, I don't know.
Look, I think we can all agree Pinocchio Joe's unpredictable.
Oh.
You sometimes don't know where he's going to go. He could be smiling at you and stabbing you at the same time.
Let's see.
Lenny.
Yes, there you go.
Man.
Don't sleep on
We got Brian Taylor and Lenny Wilkins.
Oh,
Lenny Wilkins.
Again, guys.
These guys are NBA legends, man.
This is going to be a barn burner. No matter who the third participant is, the two of them on man, what a night that's going to be.
Oh my gosh. Ugh. The two of them on screen at the same time.
Yeah.
Where else? Where else except for right here? Right
And
here.
just imagine how many shows, networks, outfits would love to be able to do that, to put them on their screen at the same time. And we're the ones doing it. TKN is the place that is making that happen.
Platform, you're going to see that right here.
Can you imagine the knowledge and history that they both know of the game, right? To also include Lenny was inducted as a player and as a coach. Oh! Yeah, you go.
And then he goes crazy. Yes, Todd Bridges.
Oh my God.
Wow. Well, there you go.
So Brian Taylor might just be the one who takes out Todd Bridges. What a backfire!
You're gonna lose either Lenny Wilkins, Brian Taylor, or Todd Bridges.
Oh my God.
Wait. I don't know if I like this anymore.
This one's because all these are nice guys you wanted to see get through this, and one of them, it's not going to happen.
So that means the process of elimination. Who's the last? Who's number 5? Are you going to go ahead and do that, Avi?
I mean, I think Brian Taylor's going to take this. I really do. I think you know what? It's going to be close. Let me not say that because both
There's no way to tell.
Such a strong rebuttal game.
He does.
And Todd Bridges.
Todd does too. I mean, Brian has
do. So does that make Lenny the loser?
No.
How can Lenny possibly be? Oh, he's so well spoken. He knows not only the history of basketball. He is living history. We need to hear his stories before we can't anymore. And he strings them together and tells them to us so well. I'm engaged every single time I hear that man talk. How could he possibly be the underdog in this match?
It's going to be an underdog. It's one topic. One topic.
No.
It's one topic.
All right, folks. The 4th Second Chance Bowl matchup officially. We'll see Todd Bridges versus Lenny Wilkins versus Brian Taylor. Again, one topic. 2 will advance. 1 will not. One will not. One of these gentlemen will be leaving this tournament at the end of their match. Is it going to be Todd, Brian, or Lenny? I don't know.
Yeah.
Insane.
You know, I think, we are hitting match number 5.
Rock Richards.
Who did a very good job. He came up against some heavy hitters in his match and fell barely short.
Yeah. Look, I voted for Rock. I voted for Rock a lot of times because I feel like that match when Mr. London came up with he was one of the first people who went on the personal side of it, resonated with the fans, came from way behind to be the lead vote getter.
All right. Second person in match 5 is the Enigma Hauser Odalak.
Yeah, like I
and
said.
Okay. What's the deal here? He has his nose taped down like he's afraid somebody's going to take it. Does anybody else see this? This is weird.
I did see that.
Guys, he's a wild card. You don't know.
He is a wild card.
From him, tape on his nose, giving you some gesture that's going to be a psychological tactic. You don't know.
The thing is, though, you've got to be careful with Hauser, though. He is extremely intelligent. So you don't let the tape, don't let the tactics fool you. He is intelligent, and he doesn't let the name games or anything like that fool you. So don't let him act, the size of his opponents. You never know what's gonna happen with him. So
and Avi Klein says, "Here's the man that's going to destroy."
That's my man right there, baby.
There he is, Joe. Speaking of,
this is who I'm relying on, Hauser.
Yes.
So Rock, Hauser, Pinocchio Joe.
There you go. Hell yeah. Let's get ready to rumble, baby.
He's watching.
Joe's ready.
Does anybody have an idea on this? I mean, how is this one gonna play out?
This is the wild card of all wild cards right here.
Yeah, I mean, whoa.
I'll tell you exactly how it's going to play out.
Oh, hush.
Pinocchio Joe is going to come in, and he's going to clean house. I don't know which one will be left standing. Hell, he might be the only one that takes out two competitors. They might not want to compete anymore after this. This is going to be a hell of a night.
We have seen that before. That's how Pinocchio Joe entered the tournament. Do we remember that?
This is probably going to be the most unpredictable match I can think of that we have had. To make it official from Avi, and our fifth and final Second Chance Bowl match will feature Pinocchio Joe versus Rock Richard versus Hauser Odalock. Again, one topic. 2 will advance. Man, that's going to be something right there.
He's a shoe-in, baby. He's a shoe-in for round 2.
You know, I remember he made this great argument for Jeffrey Dahmer, and, you know, how he paced that argument, how detailed he was in that argument, speaking about the atrocities, obviously, that Dahmer had inflicted. But, I mean, that's what's scary about him. You know, he really paces himself, and he takes his time, and he calculates.
Indeed, he does. I mean, he's a very calculating individual.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But then we have Hauser, who nobody really knows that much about him.
No, we do know one thing about Hauser. He's no jabroni.
Well, thank you, John. I was just gonna say. I mean, the first second he was on screen, it was him and Gerald just in the face-off.
Yeah,
think about that.
And Hauser stood his ground, really.
You know,
he did get them to back off and, in their own way, apologize or at least shift the blame.
He earned their respect. He went the distance, and I think that's what Gerald really resonated with. And he didn't expect that. You know?
He got Gerald's respect out of that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Once that first topic was done, he knew. Gerald knew that Hauser was not here to play. He knew that he had to work 10 times harder in the next 2 topics if he was going to advance. Hauser's a threat.
We can't discount also Rock Richards. Again, very consistent in that match. We had really, really amazing, solid arguments. Spoke very detailed about the Halloween franchise, and went in and he was a very consistent competitor. But just again went up against Jason London and Joe Risitano, some really 2 strong competitors. So.
You know, I mean, they're all strong in their own right, but I think this is the most diverse match as far as styles, knowledge bases. But as we look at the whole thing, I mean, is Joe going to be talking about cutting off limbs and stuff? All right, Giselle, do you want to take the read from Avi on this one?
Got this one. Here are the 5 matchups that we will be fortunate to witness. Match number 1. Eric Roberts versus Cindy Pickett versus Peter Melman. Match number 2. Scott Winters versus Al Snow versus McKenna. Match number 3. Glacier Ray Lloyd versus Nat Fink versus Phil Justin. Match number 4. Todd Bridges versus Lenny Wilkins versus Brian Taylor. Match number 5. Hauser Odalock versus Rock Richards versus Pinocchio Joe. 1 topic per match. 2 advance per match. Over the course of the next month, these matchups will air exclusively on the Green Room, starting on 6/15/2024.
Wow. 2 weeks from tonight, folks. That's when
your calendars, baby.
Starts. Review. Go ahead, John. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I know you got a big night tonight coming up, so say your piece, man. I'm second. Never mind. I'm hosting the show, so I'm going to say this. I think a lot of this stuff in the second chance bowl matchups, it's going to come down to the topic because there's no recovery. It's a one and done. You're either going to excel or you're going to fall.
Yeah.
Mediocre might actually get through because two do advance, but I think topics are going to play a huge part in this.
Yeah.
John, go ahead now.
No, let me look. The countdown clock is going to be there as well, so they have to make their point quickly. One topic, one and done. Man, that's going to be huge.
We got to also take into account, right? We've seen many competitors give a solid argument, right? But a rebuttal comes in, right? And then that rebuttal takes everything they've established down to the ground. And we've seen it. And
we've also seen people get twisted around when trying to respond to said rebuttals. So rebuttals are a very important tool for all of those matches.
Yeah.
And if they're not used to that time clock, because this tournament has evolved quite a bit from when we started over a year ago.
It's true.
If they're not used to that
time and coming.
They get in their head.
Hey, the rebuttals is why I voted for Brian, is seeing the rebuttal action he had is what reminded me, hey, strong competitor.
It is, it's something, Gisela said, all of this, where we're at tonight, it's been a long time in coming, but we have hit, just certain things in what we have done, milestones.
Yeah.
Subscribers, viewers on shows, the people we've had, the reactions we've had. So I think there's a little video Avi has come up with that might show everybody what I'm talking about and what we all know as far as TKN, the green room, the green rumors, the whole thing in its milestones that we have accomplished over the past year and more.
We have one pretty big milestone to celebrate.
No more than one.
I'll tell you something, kid. Everybody gets one chance to do something great. Most people never take the chance, either because they're too scared or they don't recognize it when it spits on their shoes. This is your big chance, and you shouldn't let it go by. Remember, kid, there's heroes and there's legends. Heroes get remembered, but legends never die. Follow your heart, kid. You never go wrong.
the few times I was able to be in the ring with him.
I don't know where you're watching movies for that price, but Jersey is pretty expensive. I get what you're saying.
When I met Mary, I really, I appreciated her passion.
Society of American Fight Directors. So congratulations to Nick. We are so proud of you.
And they have records, so technically this is also a vintage/record shop.
For his items at this point?
He's looking up.
But is he looking up at an item or is realize why we do this. We do this because we want to affect you positively. We want you to have a voice. We want you to hang out with us on a Saturday night. We want you to tell people about it because it's free. But it's also very, very humane. What we do is very humane. If there was no humanity, I wouldn't be doing this. We have soul. We have heart.
And woo! It shows you how far we've come. Yeah, 50,000 subscribers, pushing 1.7 million views on our YouTube channel. You know, we now have the green room. The black box is going to be there shortly. We have 2 show blocks and more to come. Tons of shows that have haven't made it over there yet. That will be fresh new episodes. We're aiming. Maybe for the middle of June for the next block, we're hoping. At one time, because Avi has told me this, and I'm sure you've had a discussion with him, he told you, that there were some people, some doubters, call them haters if you will, that said, us making this thing work, us getting on YouTube and actually generating some real numbers, that our chances were slim to none. Avi said, no, you're wrong, and here we are. But right now, I'm going to ask John, Mindy, Howard, and Giselle to head backstage because we've got a fight coming up. And these 2 people, who I'm going to pull up here in a moment, have both been in situations where their chances were slim to none. What I'm talking about is tonight's battle for the black box. Spoke about it earlier. This thing, when you get down to what you get out of it, this may be the closest thing so far that's aching to the pride and the prize of the entire Celebrity Grand Tournament, because you are being handed a huge show with momentum that's going live on YouTube, that's going to have its own celebrities coming and going, that's going to grow exponentially in very short order, and has the chance of making you, as the host, a household name. First person I would like to bring on the screen and discuss that with, before I do that, we have a little offering for the folks in the digital seats that is going to, in case maybe you're not caught up, this will show you how these 2 people got to where they are tonight. So Avi, my brother in the back, if you would push the button and pull the lever on this Julie vs. Joe recap video so everybody can see exactly what brought us to this particular crossroad with these 2 people. And then
What I do know is that I'll be back, and I'll be coming back for the show. It's not always going to be the same thing every time, and I love what you're doing. There's a shine, but as someone once said, this isn't over.
I appreciate you finally showing up. An abandoned house isn't going to clean itself. So, like a sailor that went off to sea, I kind of forgot about you.
Between round 1 and 2, there is going to be a showdown between Truly Julie and Joe Risitano. The winner of said match will be the only host of the Black Box. Where are you, Joe?
On the scene now, I'm in the kitchen of the arcade.
So you're playing games? Why do you want to make sure Julie has her own teachable moment as far as you're concerned?
We have our salt. We have our pepper. Ours start draining away. You realize that. So where you got to come back to?
I'm just confused at how he's trying to help me.
Well, I'm trying to bring back that flavor.
You're there, not here, like on Wednesday nights.
And with us, present. We need that. That's what the Black Box needs.
Trying to say he's kind of like the spice of the Black Box, but guess what? Nobody's really missed you, Joe.
Bring the heat. Bring the passion, Julie.
I've been bringing the passion. I've been serving the fans of the Black Box.
This is wild, says Colette. Julie says it doesn't seem like Joe's focused on TK anymore. He's moved on to giving out free game credits. How do you respond to that, Joe Risitano?
If you want to discuss, when you're discussing free game credits, are you discussing your free pass basically into the Second Chance Bowl?
What could Truly Julie learn from the great Joe Risitano hosting the Black Box?
You can learn to have some pizzazz. As much as I see a lot of the things, there's no flair this evening.
Julie has been finding her groove, right? She's been really making this place her own.
I appreciate that Julie has stepped up in your absence. I know you have been busy. I know there's this power struggle right now between the two of you where you want to both, the one in charge.
I grew up on TKN by watching the preview review show. What happens from here on out, Julie's going to have to step up because you know what they say, you can't box the champion. You got to beat the champion. It's his show.
Welcome to
Like whatever you want
right here.
to know.
Going across, it says welcome.
We'll take your screenshot and save it for the next few months that you're not going to be on.
You said, what was it at the time, that you could host the green room better than Avi could?
Do you like living in the past, Joe?
I recall you doing something so wicked, so heinous, that Joe Rizart himself would never even think of doing something like this.
I am getting a petition to go above his head and get back in this debate.
Don't fight the hand that feeds you. You really want to host this Black Box?
I'm never going to bow down. Never. It means that much to me.
Everything goes around and comes around. You can't have something without having purpose.
What are you doing here? You gonna stink up this joint too?
Serving a means to an end.
Living a life extraordinary. And you're never gonna get there without taking risks. Take one step over and then you're ordinary. Take another step over and it's extraordinary. So how else am I gonna get there, Joe? You don't scare me.
And now we gotta go above and beyond.
Whatever you want, because I'm not backing down.
This isn't over. I'm gonna come back. And it's gonna be better. It's just the beginning. You got those votes from those people, Julie.
What do you have to
votes
offer?
from people to get Avi out of here. That's what this is about.
Joe, it means you don't care when you don't show up.
I need to win.
Why? What does it mean to you?
Everything about these past few years is big.
Why did I freeze up like that? It's not like me. I'm a Joe Risitano. Everybody loves me, right? Black Box? Forget it. Julie can have it.
This isn't over.
I'm never gonna bow down.
I'm gonna come back.
I'm a Joe Risitano.
It's gonna be better.
Black Box? Forget it. Julie can have it.
Yeah, Ramon, this will end it tonight in some fashion. It's been made very clear. There is no tie. There is no second chance on this. So, with that history well viewed, I'd like to bring in Mr. Joe Risitano for a word before we get started.
Thank you very much, Kelly. It's good to see you this evening.
Good to see you, Joe. How you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good tonight. This has been a night that I have been waiting for so much, and I am excited to get to share it with you, someone who is getting their salt in. I'm trying to think of a phrase for someone who's going through the gunnery, the terms of being a host, and you're doing a fantastic job. And I want to let you know that you're learning, and I appreciate and love watching what you're bringing so far to it. And Julie Hall, I'm actually glad that you commented that, because you're actually going to be a part of something related to how I have improved as a host, and something that I want to bring up. So I'm glad to have the competition tonight. This is where it all comes down to it, because I'm ready to show what it was, what the black box meant to me, what I love about hosting, and what tonight is going to be.
Well, let's talk about that a little bit, Joe. I think you and Julie are aware of this, but just to put it in perspective for all those watching, and I brought this up before, this is, yes, it's the fight to be the sole host of the Black Box, but the Black Box is not just the renamed review show anymore. It has grown, it has expanded. Most of the time it has close to the full cast on it. It is very soon, and I'm not talking months down the road, I'm talking right around the corner. It's going to be on YouTube, just like the Green Room, just like the show blocks. It will have celebrities. These 11th hour matches that have been talked about, they could just as well be on the Black Box as the Green Room. So the ability to host this show and allow your style to shape it and make yourself a household name, how big is that to you?
This is phenomenally large to me. The Black Box is what has propelled me to where I am now. The Black Box taught me what I know in terms of not only hosting, it has helped me with how I've been able to make voices heard in terms of the commenters. A lot of the people in the engine get to be heard in the Black Box. And for me as a person and what I bring to the table, it makes my life even better. And that makes me want to work harder and push harder for this position. Because
let me ask you this, Joe. That's all well and good, but Julie has basically pointed out, and I don't have any contradiction for this, that you just kind of up and disappeared. You know, it fell to her, and she stepped into a vacant spot and did a very good job. And she has said you've basically just been an absentee host at best, popping in willy-nilly and basically being chaotic to the point she is somewhere between irate and mockingly angry of you. How do you address that? How are you doing so much for the fans if you're not available to host the show?
That is very understandable. And to explain that, even though I'm not sure any of the fans want to know, because of my presence on Black Box and more, I was given an opportunity to work on a tour. And with that tour, it took many responsibilities, one of which that I had to choose doing the Black Box and then also choosing this at the same time. And a lot of it crashed into each other. But after building more of a rapport because of my position and how I was able to work through things with people as not just customers, but clients, I have gotten more time that I have been able to utilize to do Black Box. My more consistent position now is back in check, and I'm able to take advantage of that in the proper way that will aid the audience in knowing that I'm sincere. This is who I am, but I am willing to do whatever it is to make sure that I get back to the Black Box.
Okay. Well, let's see what the other host, because right now it's up in the air. Let's see what Miss Truly Julie has to say about these things. Truly Julie, come on to the show, please.
Hey guys, I hope you all are having a great night. Truly Julie here, like you said. Kelly, and thank you for hosting the green room tonight. I know you've been doing a wonderful job, I might say. Now, how do I feel about the black box and hosting it? I obviously love it. So, I mean, simply put, I'm not going to do a song and dance like Joe did. It is part of my heart, is part of my DNA at this point. I love it because it brings out the passion in me. I am able to share the screen with other cast members, friends, and anybody else who wants to come on. And I love that. I love lifting others up. Also, my daughter loves seeing me on screen, so that's another reason she loves it. But more importantly, it's about the viewers, Joe, and that's one thing that you did not mention when you're talking about it. It's about you and your tour and how you chose something else above. There's no rebutting in here. So, like your choice. We all have choices in life, and you chose to do a tour instead of the black box. So I understand that you care about it, and I'm not going to dismiss that because I know that you do care.
I did say that's why I
how
came back.
can we rely on you for the future, Joe?
I already explained that if you were listening, but clearly you weren't, so that's
All right.
okay.
Now, Joe, you've had your turn. Julie,
Yes.
You know, Joe has kind of painted a picture that, yes, he got an opportunity and made a choice, but it was never giving you the black box in full. You were kind of a fill-in that as usurped his position as the original and true host of the show, who has returned to take on those duties. Now, I will say you have an aggressive penchant for hosting shows. What is your take on that?
Which part? That I have a aggressive penchant for taking on hosting abilities?
Let's leave that. That's just my personal observation.
Yeah.
How about Joe's assertion that you've basically usurped his position unfairly?
Yeah, I mean, he left. Somebody had to do it, and I did it willingly and without question, to be honest with you. And you know, a lot of times there are people who just leave, and like, you know, absentee fathers, or mothers for that matter, any parent who just leaves. What is the other parent to do? Just not parent anymore? No. So Joe, you left. You didn't even ask. You didn't ask anybody to take over. So I did it lovingly and without question, like I said, to take over the black box, and I love it. I love it. Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. This is why we're here, because this argument's been going back and forth for months. You guys have not been able to settle it, so it's going to get settled tonight. Per Avi, the first topic, the rules and the stakes, will be broken down in his next comment, including a huge prize for the winner.
Yes.
So we're going to see what he says. Pinocchio Joe says, John M. Red Sr., tough call. I'm going to say Joe, but it would not surprise me to see Julie take it. Okay, so they're doing some wagering in the digital seats, the engine that makes this thing go. They're taking their virtual bets. I am simply the moderator on this. I do not have any stake in it. I don't care who hosts the black box as long as it's done well. So I will be voting tonight. So I appreciate the flattery from you both at the beginning, but in your topics, you best damn well impress me to get my vote. That's the best I can tell you.
Well, all I can say is I'm going to speak from my heart and let the chips lie.
Okay. We're about to see exactly what's going on. It's going to appear as a ticker on the screen so everybody can stay apprised. And I will read it in full as it goes by on the first time. Please pay attention. These are the rules, the terms, and your reward. So let's see what we've got. Hello, everyone. I am Avi Klein, and I'd like to know if you are as excited as I am. I'm sure they are. You are watching Truly Julie versus Joe Rizart. The winner will become the sole host of TKN Wednesday night's Black Box Show. Sole. No other. One and done. The winner will also have to be beaten twice in the second round. Whoa. Once in the green room and the other on their very own show of the Black Box. That's kind of big, guys. You actually have you basically get the mulligan on the second round, whoever wins this. 3 topics will determine the winner tonight. Topic 1 is something I call steering the ship. In this challenge, Joe and Julie will take turns introducing a topic and bringing in a guest. Much to their chagrin, the guest will be quite unruly. Which of them will steer the ship and control this particular segment? You will vote, as will I, and let us know who you think did just that. And that's going out to the engine that does, the other green roomers in the back, and myself. So not only does the winner of this get sole rights to hosting the Black Box and all its perks, but they actually have to end up being beaten twice in round 2 before
that's huge.
Green room, and then
it's amazing. Oh, this is very fair.
Well, it's huge. It's very huge. So the stakes are really high, and I love it.
Don't rush. It's okay.
Yeah, we're not in a big rush. Avi is he's going to put the topic. Well, we already saw the topic. Okay. So this is steering the ship, where you guys take turns. Both of you. Well, let me ask you this. Joe said this was fair. Do you feel like it's fair, Julie?
I think it's a huge prize. I think it's a huge prize. We got to win tonight, and then if we win tonight, we have to lose twice during the second round if we lose. Correct? Like if we lose.
Yeah. So, look at me. I'm lucky enough. I have one of those green tickets, only 2 in existence. You guys have just gotten a second round, in effect, flipping green ticket.
Yeah, essentially. So, God, that's huge. That's huge. I want to win tonight. That's like your green ticket that you hold upon you, Kelly White. So, if I win tonight, then I need to be taken out twice in round 2.
That's true.
That is true.
So,
I'm excited.
Do you understand the stakes at hand?
We do. I do.
Are you ready to begin the challenge?
Yes.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay.
I've been waiting for this for a while.
So, as Avi says, the green rumors will pop in during the challenge. That kind of gives you a hint as what's going on. So, with that said, if you guys are ready, I am prepared to go backstage and watch you guys hash it out. Good luck. May the best person win.
Thanks. Thanks, Kelly.
Kelly, who goes first?
That's a good question, isn't it, Joe? I brought you in first, Joe. I'm going to give you first crack at this, and then Julie will go, and then we'll do something fair if it continues.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. All right. Good evening, everyone. Tonight, we are going to have a discussion on specifically travel. And with travel, it comes with different opinions and the different experiences. So I'm going to bring in my next guest to talk with me about travel and how that applies to them with my next guest, and welcome in. Don't worry, sometimes things take time, and like travel, things take time. You got to work towards it, and you got to make sure that you have the ability to build on what you're doing. You got to make sure that you have all of your items in check. And then, of course, you always have to make sure that everyone is on board, even with a list. So with that, all those topics and what this must mean for me or the other person in the back who's going to be discussing this with me, we're going to talk about travel, what it means to them. And it has been a wonderful time bringing them up with this. They are fantastic because I want to go into this and go deeper, because when you're able to be someone who travels as much as I do, you don't always have the time to think up everything, but you normally have a set lists that you have to keep on hand, because that's what you do when you're making sure that you are in travel. So sometimes you can be on a plane, sometimes you can be on a train, and in automobiles. That's how it works. So with this, we're going to talk about items that these people will bring. I'm going to be so excited to hear what that means for these people. They're going to let loose and let me know what that means to them. And again, the wonderful thing about travel is different people have different opinions on what to bring and even how to approach it. So let's have fun, because it's going to be a unique experience to view what that means to them. And with that said, let us bring in our guest, because this guest has it all and knows what's up when it comes to travel. So next guest, here you are. What are you going to be doing?
¡Dímelo, tigre! ¿Cómo está? ¿Cómo está? ¿Cómo está? My favorite guy. You know, it's funny you talk about travel, because I travel a lot with the band, right? One of the challenges I have all the time is like, how do you sit down and be able to just concentrate and write a song? But I I have, and I wrote like this travel song, right? We're traveling all around. But see, I don't think those chords sometimes go together, nor the melody. So I think what happens, maybe it should be something like this. I'm traveling.
I love that. Is that something more like a punk chord that you're using?
You know what? Screw traveling.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if we should turn this into like a dejanked little song, right?
Well, you don't have 7 strings though.
Oh, so I make magic,
especially once you're getting that vibe down. You need more of 7, right? Howard, you're doing fantastic. I love that. You're doing the best with what you have. And that's what happens when we're traveling. And I love that you brought that up. You're the kind of person that is fantastic when it comes to
wait, what?
All that. Well, oh no, I said you're fantastic.
I'm a person, like, I'm sorry, were you insinuating that I'm a certain type, that I'm a stereotype, that I fall into
absolutely not?
Because TKN is about breaking out of boxes.
Exactly.
If you say you're a certain type, I'm sorry, that's a little triggering for me, Joe. Are you
no, absolutely not in that way.
Ladies and gentlemen, do you see what this guy is doing? He's trying to put me in a box. Is that the kind of show I was invited to?
Absolutely not. And that's why
no, absolutely not. You're damn right. You know what? My people might end up calling your people, Joe. All right, because this is not cool. All right, you don't put. You know, I get enough of that. Just walking around my neighborhood. People look at.
But enough of that is the thing that works with that, Howard. You have enough, and you make everything that you do absolutely perfect. I love your energy. You have such amazing energy.
My mouth is crap. Guys, ladies and gentlemen, do you believe anything that just came out of his mouth? I think it was bullshit.
My mouth has sometimes where it makes mistakes, and that's what we learn here. We learn from our mistakes, and that happens with travel. Sometimes if you don't bring something with you, it's fantastic. But you know what you brought with you? You brought a song, and I loved getting to hear about Djent, which I haven't heard of in a long while, and honestly, you brought me back to a memory that I haven't had in a long time. And I appreciate that about you, Howard.
I gotta walk this off because I'm still
You
a
can
little.
walk it off if necessary. That's totally fine.
Because I'm still a little upset that you were
Take your
trying
time
to put me. I understand you want to talk about travel, but this conversation went to a direction where I don't think it was very flattering for you.
Well, then, Howard, how can we make it work towards something that would work better for you? Because you're an excellent guest, and I want to make sure that you feel the most comfortable.
You want to make sure I feel the most comfortable?
Absolutely.
How do you want to do that?
If I have to change up anything, I can make sure that maybe we talk about something else. Even though the subject is travel at the moment, I want to make sure that whatever works with you coincides with you and does it properly, because you're a special guest, and to have these moments with you means the most to me.
Not completely sold, but I guess I'll write it down.
There you go. I appreciate you.
Yeah.
Okay, that was. I gotta say that was different. So, hope you feel good about it. Julie is next up for the contest, Mr. Risitano Resort. If you take a chair in the back, sir.
No problem, sir.
All right, folks. I hope you enjoyed that. I certainly did. It is now time for Truly Julie to show us her hosting skills in this challenge by Avi Klein.
Thank you so much, Kelly White. Yes, I am Truly Julie, and I am the current host of the Black Box on Wednesday nights, 8 p.m. Eastern, and I am so happy to be here tonight. Now, Avi Klein posed the topic about having a topic. So, I'm thinking about this. We're on Saturday night. Most of our topics, we've had 348 topics here on the green room. So wonderful, all different. And what do they all have in common? They are conversational, not controversial. They unify people. They make you feel warm and fuzzy inside. And I want to stay on brand with TKN and the umbrella that we have here. So, what is something that unifies us and makes us feel good, just like the Black Box, just like TKN, just like the topics that we have each and every week that we see and people embrace and they take away with them? What is something that really unifies people? And I was thinking to myself, food. I mean, there's nothing else that brings us together like food. I want to have dinner with you guys and bring you to my virtual table. I want to serve you. I want to share one of the number one foods that is served on Saturday night, which we are at Saturday night right now. Do you guys know what that is? Something that everybody loves, that has its own diverse uniqueness, but everybody orders, everybody loves it. And that is pizza. Pizza unifies just like the new network, just like the Black Box, but yet there's something for everybody, a different flavor for everybody. And did you know that no matter where you are in America, there is different toppings that are widely, like the best topping. Like you'll find in the warmer weathers that people love pineapple on their pizza. And I know you guys are going to say pineapple on pizza. That's like a travesty. I know a couple of you guys from New York that are going to say, no way, give me those cupped pepperoni with the extra cheese. I want the grease and a roll of paper towels, right? It's something that we could talk about and share. And I feel like when you're eating pizza, not only is it food, it's nourishing, but there are memories attached to that too. I was thinking about this, and I hope I have a guest on tonight that just loves pizza too, because like I said, there is something for everybody. But when I was a little girl, I used to order pizza every Saturday night with my family. And I used to order it with my dad and my mother, and we used to get in the car, and it was really, really cold in Buffalo, New York. I know you guys know that's where I'm at, but every time we would order it, we'd go in there and you could smell the pizza, and those are just the memories that are stay with me. And then we would take our pizza, we would walk out the door, and it'd be freezing cold. And you guys know what I'm talking about if you're from the East Coast or any place that gets snow. And, I would take that pizza, and I was so lucky, I felt, as a little girl, to put that pizza on my lap, because it's like, negative 20 degrees outside, and I want that warm pizza, not only to eat in like about 10 minutes, but yes, to put it on my lap and keep me warm. So, pizza, I feel like it unifies everybody. And, let me see, is there a guest in the back that wants to talk about this with me? Because I could go on and on. There's so many different types.
Look,
hey, Mindy.
That's what I think about your pizza right there.
Oh, that you've had. Oh,
yes, that's what I think about pizza.
I love it.
Pizza.
Mindy.
That's what I think about your memories and talking about pizza. Screw pizza. Screw pizza. Pizza's disgusting. Bleh! Bleh! That's what I think of pizza. Bleh! Bleh!
Mindy, on my show, I want you to be heard. So what is so disgusting about pizza? Is it the grease? Is it the pepperoni? Is it the cheese? Is it just the look of it? Did somebody
All of it. Bleh! Bleh! You got the cheese, there's milk and cheese. It just makes me want to vomit. It makes my stomach my stomach hurt.
It makes
me go like this, where I'm like, ugh. Makes me run in the toilet, and you're like, ugh.
So
diarrhea all the time, and you're sitting here talking about gross.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Do you like bread?
Bread? It makes my mouth all burn and stuff. Makes my mouth like it's on fire. It's
wow, well, that's really tough. Can you tell me about that? When did that start?
I don't know, like a year ago. It makes my mouth like on fire, like it's burning. It makes my gums all tear apart and everything. All you're doing is bringing up terrible, terrible, terrible memories. It's like, okay. Me.
Yeah, so why did you continue to eat the bread if it was tearing your mouth apart?
I didn't eat it anymore. I didn't. That's why I stopped it. But then you're sitting here making fun of me. You're like, everybody loves it. Everybody.
Well, majority of people do love it. This is the first time, honestly, that I've heard of somebody having this reaction to pizza. So it's very intriguing to me. So I would love to have you on again to discuss it deeper in detail. But most people do love pizza, Mindy, and
I'm not most
everybody.
I'm different.
There's actually vegetable pizza that you can order if you're, not fond of pepperoni. You can actually even order on a cauliflower crust.
Vegetables on pizza. Oh my God!
I know. I thought the same thing, Mindy, to be honest with you. But if you keep an open mind, then you might find that you love it.
No.
Did you do something different?
Forget pizza. Let's forget eating all together. Let's go to a baseball game. Take me out to the ball game. Look. Take me out to the crowd.
Yeah. I love your energy tonight, Mindy Red.
I don't care if
you know what? You know what is at ball games? Oh, this is a dance song. Dance too, actually. This looks like fun. Yeah, I'm gonna join my guests and dance. Hey, Mindy, do you know that there is hot dogs at a ball game? Hot dogs. So you do like food?
Hot dogs have bread.
And I'm so glad that we're dancing, because that reminds me of pizza parties that I used to have when I was a young girl too. We would dance, and then we'd roller skate, and we'd order pizza, and it always brought smiles to people's faces. And you know what? We're out of time, so thank you for joining me today, Mindy.
Okay. That's I really should have introduced this as something completely different, because this was topic number one. Obviously not done as traditionally as we're used to, but still, man, what a contest. So we got 2 more to go, so we got to vote on this one. So folks out there, like I said, just like last time with the Second Chance Bowl, Avi is tallying in the back. You can go ahead and vote. Green Rumors, we got to vote. So first off, I guess I'm going to bring in Mr. John Red to hear what he thought of Joe and Julie's attempt to steer the ship. John? Hey, you might be taking a moment to ponder. So let's get Joe in here to hear all this. I'm just going to ask you guys. I'm going to ask Joe first. How do you feel you did steering?
I felt like I did very well. There were genuinely parts that I didn't do right. And that's because when you have an unruly guest, you have to roll with the punches. Sometimes it doesn't always have the things that you want to happen inside of it. I appreciate that Monty Python comment, by the way, Brian, but you got to find a common ground. And sometimes it doesn't always mean the common ground is going to end up with the subject. So you have to completely just take away from that and then sacrifice it for the guest's honor.
Okay. How do you feel you did, Julie?
You know what? I actually had a lot of fun. And you are going to have unruly guests on your show, and you do have to roll with the punches. And you have to gain control and continue to have that control while you are the host, but also listen to your guest and not to let them run away wildly, but yet maintain that control. And I felt like I did that, and I had fun during it too. And I think I learned a little bit about Mindy as well while she was a guest on my show tonight.
Okay, well, let's see who agrees with who. Let's bring in John Red and see who he's voting for. John Red, come on down. Okay. Keep in mind, John, your vote is worth 3 points, as is all the Green Room folks, myself included. So if you want to give us a little insight and who you're voting for.
Well, look, what they just did is not as easy as it looks. We've been there, you deal with certain things. Good job by both. But I got to pick one, though. I got to vote. And I'm going to say Julie, and the main reason is because she kept basically using everything that was thrown at her and reeling it back in, like we've seen Avi do, the mastermind of doing this. You got to reel them back in, and sometimes it's you got to take something they say and expand on it. And Julie was able to do that on more than one occasion.
Okay. 3 points for truly Julie on that. Next person we're going to hear from is Mindy McKinney, also a performer in this. If you would like to come on in and give us your take.
Thank you. Man, you both did a great job. This is a similar exercise we have done in our workshops before, and it is not an easy task to Avi has worked with us in workshop, as several of us have talk shows, and he has worked with us about, we may have an opportunity where we will have an unruly guest, and how to respectfully draw them back in and keep them on target. And this is a very tough one. And you both did an excellent job of keeping your guest on target and maintaining the dreaded countdown clock.
3 points, Mindy.
I know, I can't take my points and just do 1.5, 1.5.
We don't work that way.
No, it doesn't work that way.
Got to give them to somebody. It's a big choice.
I'm going with Julie on this one, and it's going because of the countdown clock. She maintained it just a smidgen bit sooner than Joe on that one.
Okay. Another 3 points for Truly Julie. Always interested in what Giselle has to say. She always has an interesting take. Let's bring her on. See what she has to say. Remember, this is topic 1. There are 2 to go. Giselle, if you would.
Always fun to watch this kind of situation unfold. My vote for this first topic is going to Joe. I think he better overall maintained and pushed forward the show and was able to find more of a common ground instead of keeping to backtrack the entire time. So, Joe, you have my vote on topic 1.
Okay. Joe finally breaks the ice with a vote from Giselle. Last but definitely not least, the guitar picking Howard Collado is going to come on. Keep in mind, everybody out there, this is a total cumulative. So just as we've seen many times, someone might be well ahead at the end of round 1 and still pull it out by round 3. So every vote literally does count. Howard, your intuition on this and your vote, sir.
Yeah, I mean, this was, again, both really close. I've sat in workshops where Avi's taught us some of these, tactics to be able to kind of steer, as they say, steer the ship in. And both of you in varying degrees employed those tactics. Joe, at first, I had the advantage of actually being in the challenge with you. You kind of went with the playing, and then I tried to take it another direction, and he kind of went there as well. And Julie, you actually got up and started, I think, singing the song with Mindy, and instead of fighting it, it comes down to who took that pause to really reassert and use a different tactic, and I saw that from Julie. So my point goes to Julie.
Okay. Howard Collado votes for Truly Julie. I will now vote, and then we will collect the votes from the engine again for topic 1. This is a full cumulative contest. Looks like it's a little different from being a performer in the challenge as to purely an observer. But to keep it short and sweet, I felt like one of you was able to steer their guest and maintain the overall same general topic through the vast majority of the discussion, where the other, it felt more fractured topically. And again, if you want to be a stickler about the countdown clock, somebody ran a little over. So my 3 points will go to Truly Julie. So now, the engine, your voice, your power, your vote. Let's bring them in, and we shall tally. So who do we got? Mary Stanton. I agree, but let's see a vote. Not easy at all. Chad says, I being totally unbiased and love you both, I vote for Joe. I felt he took control of Howard fast and very effectively and did a great job with the clock. Thank you, Chad. Keep in mind, engine votes are worth one because there's more of you than there are of us. Jeff Reeder, Julie, Mindy was way more difficult to handle versus Howard. Is that a vote, Jeff? It's a statement. It's not a vote yet. Could you please rephrase that if you're voting, sir? Let's see some more votes. I know there's people out there. I see you. Who do we got? I mean, that is, I'm not saying that's not a, not a good observation, Mindy being more difficult to handle. I don't know. Okay. Clarification, he was voting for Julie. Okay. So moving forward, Brian, I have to vote for Joe myself this round. Love you, Julie, but Joe squeezed my vote out. Okay, another one for Joe. Let's keep them coming, folks. I know you're out there. Elise Pender, I vote for Julie. Straight to the point. I love that. I know we got some more folks. Here is Martha Risitano, and that was my vote for Joe. Very well put. Joe seems happy about that.
Very much.
All right, I know we got a few more folks out there. You got to get these votes in. We can't wait on them all night. This means a lot to both of these people, so it's important for you guys. Ramon Solomon, I'm going for Julie. That's a vote. Joe, you're starting to look a little flummoxed, sir. You okay? Julie Hall, to be clear, votes for Truly Julie.
Things happen.
Okay. I mean, you're getting some votes. I mean, you know, you can count. Julie's in the lead, obviously.
And understandable.
Okay. Jan Carollo. Did you guys get mine for Team Julie? I'll leave that to Avi in the back. I don't recall saying it before, but we know who it is. Okay. Mary Stanton has something to say. This was my stuff from above. Mary Stanton, I think both hosts kept their guesses close to be on topic as they could, but I think Julie did a good job making me feel like she was on topic more. I also related because I liked the point that she made, points between TKN and pizza, so voted Julie. Vote for Julie for Mary Stanton. And just replaying a few of them there, kind of show where we're at. Okay. All right, I'm going to count down from 10. If there's any last engine votes, let's get them in. 10, 9, 8, 7. Julie Cabanas votes for Truly Julie. So there's another one. Count down again. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Topic 1 is in the books. Okay, Jamie Calabretta says Truly Julie all the way. That's a good hurrah right there. But we need to move on to topic 2, which will be coming from Avi. And then we will repeat the voting process just as we have done. Again, this is a total cumulative. So that means if you're behind right now, you've got 2 rounds to make amends to that. And if you're ahead, you've got 2 rounds to maintain your lead. So that's where we're at right now. Checking on something here. Okay. We got 2 more topics to do on this. So everybody in the back is paying attention. That is the end of round 1. Here is the second topic for the evening. Everyone, please pay attention. This could be a nail biter, folks. I mean, I'll say this. I don't know about you guys because you're in the hot seat. And this is, I do have to vote. I get to vote. It's both a privilege and a chore. You guys well know that. But yeah, you guys are truly in the hot seat. Okay, Avi says, I call this topic breaking it down. So we've gone from steering the ship to breaking it down, which I'm sure there will be a little more explanation here in a moment. Topic sounds very interesting. Yeah, just, we're not looking to advance and go somewhere mysteriously for more stuff. You're just fighting for your proverbial hosting lives, to be honest. And a huge prize for the overall tournament itself. Trying to think how I'd feel in your shoes.
We're ready.
Yeah,
ready. Okay. All right, here we go. Some details, folks. Julie and Joe will provide 3 TKN-related breaking news reports, one after the other. Okay. They will find a way to segue seamlessly and bridge all the topics together. A green rumor in the back will serve as a distraction. Okay. Yep. More performances from the crew in the back. And you guys get to do newscasting. Now, Joe, you went first last time, so it's going to fall to Julie on this one to break the ice with this topic. Breaking.
Okay, sorry.
Oh, and this is going to be a non-verbal distraction. So if you're unfamiliar, keep an eye out for that. I'm sure it will be entertaining as well as edutaining. Are we ready?
I'm ready, Kelly.
All right, Julie, you are up.
Yes. Oh, thank you guys for having me back. On tonight's breaking news on the new network, TKN. We're on June 1st. We're halfway through the year, guys. And what an exciting year we have had so far. If you have been paying attention, you know that the largest online celebrity streaming network is here with TKN. And we have been with TKN and the TKN Celebrity Grand Tournament for over a year now. Hey, John, thank you for joining me on. There is some, I don't know if you have heard, but number one, so I mentioned our Celebrity Grand Tournament that we have had for over a year and a half, and what an exciting ride we have had. So breaking news, first of all, during that tournament, we have had over 140 people walk across our virtual stage. We have 119 Hall of Famers, major award winners that have participated in our Celebrity Grand Tournament, and all of them are clamoring to come back. Now, during the Celebrity Grand Tournament that we have seen, we have had matchups galore. Now, not all of them have made it through to our second round, but that doesn't mean that they do not have a second chance here on TKN. So what we are going to do is give people second chances. Now, tonight, in the beginning of the show, you did see that we picked out our last participant that has a second chance at it being in the round 2 of the tournament. And how exciting is it for Matt Fink, Dr. Fink of the Evolution and the Revolution? I am super excited to see him added on. Now we have 15 people, and we have the Second Chance Bowl coming up soon. In mid-June, we are going to have those matchups. There is 15 people that will be in the Celebrity Second Chance Bowl. How will this work? We have 3 different matchups, 3 contestants, 5 different matchups. 2 people will move on from each. And then we have, what else do we have? We have some specialty shows. We have an 11th hour coming up. And we also have our award show on June 8th. Please tune in 8 p.m. on Avi Klein's page on Saturday.
Okay, and another very interesting competitive topic here. Compliments to John Red for his performance. All right, Julie, you're going to have to go await your fate while Joe, he does his bit with this. So I will put you backstage. Joe Risitano, come forth, sir. I'm assuming you got to view that, so you know what you're up against.
I did.
All right, you seem excited. I turn it over to you. Good luck.
All right, thank you very much. Welcome this evening, everyone. Tonight we have fantastic news that only you, the Green Roomers, can ever hear about, because our 11th hour matches are not just something that are for the faint of heart. They're for everyone. The thing about the Green Room that we love is it brings you so many different options when you're here. So when you see it, it's fantastic. You have to appreciate what goes into the Green Room's work. And especially with these 11th hour matches, we have a fantastic group of people that are coming in. It could be anyone from Keith David to even Cindy Pickett, bringing in people like maybe Matthew Broderick is going to be in there, who was someone who was in a movie with her in Ferris Bueller's Day Off. You can see all of these people possibly, because the 11th hour is what is going to happen. And the 11th hour is fantastic. So that said, what else does that mean? 50.1K subscribers. That's what that means, because we have 50.1K subscribers that have come into the new network. They love what we're doing. They've seen it all, and they appreciate our content, because if we didn't put out quality edutainment, that is something that we wouldn't have the accolades for. So edutainment means more subscribers, and with that, it also brings us to the actual time where we have our award show. We heard a little bit tonight about what that award show is going to be, but what does that mean for us? It means that we are going to see people who are going to receive those awards come onto the show, and the accolades, the 119 people that are fantastic that have joined us are going to make that commitment. Commitment is what we expect from the people in the new network, and you expect it from us. So we love you. We thank you very much for bringing that to us. And we want to make sure that all this news is brought to you and brought to you by Joe Rizard.
Well, okay. Didn't even hit the old countdown clock. That's the first one for this competition. But round 2 now officially in the books. So the Green Roomers again are going to vote. Going to bring in that old gold digger John Red and get his take first. So John Red, if you'd be so kind as to join us on screen, sir. There he is.
Well, you know, I don't know if there is a bigger distraction than somebody picking their nose on live TV. Julie stayed with it. I didn't see her, but I could hear her the whole time. And I was really, really trying to be the biggest distraction I could be. Joe did a great job as well. I got to see him and watch him as well. He didn't get rattled. I'm going to give the edge on this one to Joe. He stayed on topic and did a good job.
Okay. John Red's vote goes to Joe Rizart. There's 3 points. Thank you, John. Appreciate it. All right, next we're going to bring in Miss Mindy McKinney and get her inspired view.
Man, I know we say it every week, but you guys are not making it easy, which means kudos to both of you. This was a really tough task as far as, of course, the distractions. You've got John, who is digging and throwing things and making noises, and then you've got Giselle, who was throwing things and being a distraction as well. And you both did an excellent job of, neither one of you lost focus. I think on this one, I have to give the slight edge to Joe for the purpose of you did not have to even get to the countdown clock, but you did cover all of your topics. You were thorough. So yes, on this one, I have to give the edge to Joe.
Okay. Mindy McKinney's vote goes to Joe Rizart in topic 2. Let's bring in the ever distracting Giselle and see what she has to say about things.
There you go, Kelly.
Thank you very much.
No, that was tough for both of you, Julie. I think had tougher distractions in my opinion, but you were very much acknowledging them a lot more. Joe was smooth the whole way through. It didn't even faze him that I was around or there. I don't even think he was paying attention to me. And he kept going, so my vote is going to Joe.
Okay. Topic 2, third straight vote for Joe Resart in this one. This is possibly has come from behinds. We still got more to do. This time I'm bringing in Howard Collado, and we'll see what Mr. Collado says about this topic 2, sir.
Yeah, very. Both did a good job. Really solid. John had the nose picking. I think at some point a cigar, but Giselle was a little more physical with what she was doing in terms of like throwing things, clapping, the watch, the book, and Joe was able to just keep a solid through line to everything he was talking about. And again, it just comes down to being able to finish it right before the countdown clock came in, and it all made coherent sense what you were saying. So again, both did a great job, but my vote goes to Joe. It's tough.
Howard Collado also votes for Joe Resart. Thank you, Howard. We'll take my turn and vote now. I will say I'm noticing a bit of a change in demeanor. Joe, you seem a little more emotional about things, and Julie, you
stakes are high.
A little fire.
Well, yeah, this means a lot, Kelly.
This is the black box. This is where I started out as just a viewer. And this was what gives people hope to become people that are in this as storytellers. John Red even was someone who was a viewer first and then became a storyteller. And with this has helped me propel, but also helped me learn from my audience as well. Like, this is something I don't want to give up. I don't want to give up seeing them. And this, to be able to do this is a gift.
Okay, understood. A little change in fortune here. I do want to remind the engine, the folks in the digital seats, please vote. We'll get those pulled up and tallied here as soon as I cast my 3-point vote. On this, I think, Julie, you may have stumbled in having to go first, but if I trip on my way to the ring and crack my skull, I still got to get in the ring and wrestle. So it's part of the contest. Joe, you were the proverbial Iceman on this one, so I got to give you my 3 points. Congratulations. Okay, engine that drives the TKN machine. Let's see your votes. Andrew Red, I have to go with Julie. She was definitely better on this one. Vote for Julie. Let's keep them coming, folks. Got one from Andrew Red III. Julie Hall votes for Julie. Let's see what else we got. The race has tightened up, I'll tell you that. The race has tightened up. Martha Risitano, Joe seemed smoother and he made it flow. The segues were what we were supposed to watch in this segment. Joe seemed totally unfazed. Got to give it to Joe. Very nice compliment along with a vote there. So another point from Joe. Keep in mind, Green Rumors points, votes were worth 3 points. Engines is worth 1. Julie Cabanas, Vengon votes for Julie. Cabanas votes for Julie. 2 more votes for Julie. Okay. Still got more people out there. Chad, Ramon, you guys, I'd like to see something.
Keep voting, please.
Thank you, Larry.
Okay, Larry votes for Julie. Okay, Alexander, this contest was so much fun to watch. Yes, it has been. Some great flipping topics. I don't think we've seen the like of these yet before. Makes me scared to say think we're going to see them again. Okay, do we have more votes? We got to get them in, folks.
Please keep voting.
Okay.
Joe.
All right, I'll handle this. We got Brian, Dion, Chad. A lot of votes I'm not seeing here. If you can't get them in, we can't wait all night. All right, I'm going to give you a slow 10 count here. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Okay. I'm hearing from the back, we're seeing some votes. They're not flashing up here for us. So we're going to hold up. Chad top 10, Dixon, they did both. They were awesome. I'm thinking there's a vote in there. Every vote's important. I'm not trying to rush this thing, but okay. All right. We got Chad. We saw the vote for Joe from Chad Dixon, but we know there's more people out there. Guys, come on. You got to think.
Keep voting.
You see Julie, you know how much this means to them. Even if it's a tight call, you gotta pipe up and vote for somebody. Don't take the cheap way out and just sit back. Throw the votes out there. We've got a Mary Lloyd vote for Joe. We've got a Dion vote for Julie. So something I'm familiar with. We got Jamie Calabretta. I said Julie, she says. Okay. So we're taking a pause for the cause because we want to get this right. And I'll tell you, somebody that's been on the other end of this when we were having some technological snafus, votes weren't coming through. I'm all about that. Okay. So if we got to spend a little extra time, we'll spend a little extra time. This is now officially a very tight race. We got Mary Stanton voted for Joe. Julie Red. I voted for Joe. So there's 2 votes there. Dion Carollo, we did get the vote for Julie. Saw that earlier.
Keep voting. Please keep voting.
Need all the votes, folks. Need all the votes. Ramon Solomon votes for Joe.
Please keep voting.
Okay. Like I said, I've been on this side of it. We got Julie Cabanas. I think my vote was for Joe. Okay.
Thank you.
I think they already counted it.
Okay. This
thank you.
This has gone neck and neck, folks. I can tell you that. We got Chad's vote for Joe. So I think we got that counted earlier. This is literally neck and neck, folks. We have hardly any space between the two. Why not? It's Saturday. Well, that's true, Julie Red. It is Saturday, but life goes on. All right. Last chance, folks. We got an Arthur Williams voted Joe just a minute ago. Seeing that from our producers.
Thank you, Arthur.
I'm not familiar with the Arthur. Look me up on
He's
Facebook.
my DM.
He's what?
My DM.
Oh, is he? Well, hats off to Arthur then. Appreciate another DM. Mary Lloyd's vote for Joe finally flashed. We already counted it.
That one was counted already.
It was already counted. Okay. We do have topic 3. The hour is getting late. I'm going to count this down again. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Topic 2 is in the books. And we have gone from a runaway to a neck and neck game. We are currently separated by 1 vote. 1 vote is now separating. So you can't erase these first 2 topics. They were important. They got us where we are. But mathematically, this 3rd topic is going to decide everything. I am seeing a note from the producers. Lewis voted for Julie. They are able to see some things we're not able to see here on our Facebook screens. I am well familiar that has happened. It's happened to me. Everyone in the back is making a concerted effort to get the votes tallied and tallied correctly, as this is, to be honest, one of the biggest, if not, when you think about it, this may be the biggest contest we've had, because you guys have you don't have probabilities, you don't have potential on the line. You have an actual show on the line right now. One of you is going to lose it. One of you is going to lose it. The other wins big, also getting the perk, the tool, the fact that you have to actually be beaten twice in round 2 before you're eliminated. So that is huge. Where are you, Joe? Where are you at mentally right now?
Mentally, my heart is racing. This was the show that really taught me what TCAN was. This was the show that made me understand what this was about for many people. You can't hear that anywhere else. I'm sure that Julie will even agree on this, that it's a thing that you get to hear people's voices, why they like the show, why they enjoy it so much.
That's true. I mean, it's a little more relaxed. I've been there. You can take a little more time with them. Am I seeing hope on your face, Joe? Is that what I'm saying?
No. I'm very, very in the zone right now. I don't want to lose this.
Okay. So the passion is there. Julie, I got to say, the end of this topic versus the end of last, I almost detect despondency coming from you. Am I accurate in that?
No, you're not.
Okay.
I feel like I'm going to lose a child in the second here because you're used to nurturing something. You're used to building it. You're used to working on it daily. You're used to believing in it and putting everything into it. And to feel, and somebody take it away from me, that means, I don't want that.
Can understand that. I'm going to let the producers, when they throw up the next topic, we'll get rolling on that. If there's any adjustment to the current vote tally, address that in. Okay, we are ready. It all comes down to this, topic 3. The winner will host the new and improved Black Box. It will air on YouTube. It will feature luminaries, but it will always maintain its grit and avant-garde style. The winner will also have to be beaten twice in order to be eliminated from this tournament, once on the Black Box and once on the Green Room. And yeah, topic 3. This is really it, guys. Everything else to this point, because of the mathematical vote tally, was really practice. So that topic, our third topic is about to appear, and it's going to dictate your fate. Now, I kind of wonder, do you feel like somebody's taking something away, or are you giving it up? I mean, that's a hard call. It's all a matter of perspective, I suppose. Have you both delved the depths of what a loss will really mean? Have you been able to go that far?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, we have our topic. It's called Why Me? So we've gone from steering the ship to breaking it down, and now it is Why Me? I think this could be a very interesting topic, just based on, well, the name and who's giving it to you. Mr. Avi Klein in the back, who is working the levers and the buttons and, making our technology work, whether it wants to or not. So salute you, sir. What do you think Why Me is going to be, Joe?
I think it's going to be about why you should be the host of the Black Box, but also what you bring to the table as a host and how you can also make that even better.
Okay. I think that's a good take. Do you agree, Julie, or do you have a different view on that?
I mean, that's probably where we're going.
Okay.
Yeah.
Makes sense to me.
I mean, it makes sense, right? I mean, if you're going to want to host one of the fastest growing networks and one of the shows under its umbrella that's going to be live on YouTube with over 50,000 subscribers. Oh, here we go.
Here we are.
Yeah.
So for Why Me, it is quite simple. Joe and Julie will speak to the audience and let them know why they would make the perfect black box host. There's no obstacles. There's no glitz. Their heart and soul on full display. I'm going to read that last sentence again to you guys. Your heart and soul on full display. There's no performers, no distractions, no gimmicks. This is it, guys. You lay it on the line, and everybody takes a vote on it. Best of luck to both of you. I truly, truly mean that, because I know I have a good idea how much this is going to hurt one of you. So I have a number I've written down between 1 and 10 on each of you. We'll go ladies first on saying the number. One closest gets to pick if they want to go first or second. Julie? Number 10.
Sure, I'll pick 4.
Joe?
7.
The number, if you can see it, is 7.
Oh my gosh, you got 7? Okay, Joe.
Do you want to go first or second, sir?
I want to go second, sir.
Okay. Julie, you are the first one.
Yeah, I am.
On the line. You ready?
Thank you. Yeah, I am ready.
All right, let's give the lady a solo and hear her out.
Yeah, this one is probably the easiest one, and I I like, Avi, that you are calling it Why Me, but I want to rename it and say Why Not Me? Why not me to continue hosting the Black Box? Some things are just very simple. Because I love it. Because I eat it. I breathe it. And just like you adopt a cat or a pet and you love it, you're never going to want to let that go. I adopted the Black Box from Joe for whatever reason he had choices to leave, but I'm not going to say anything against Joe because he did what he thought was right. I am here. I've been here. I'm consistent. I love the viewers. And everybody supports me. And it's been such a platform of growth for not only me, but everybody that is on it. And it's a beautiful place. It's a beautiful place that I never want to leave. So why not me? Thank you.
All right, Miss Julie, you laid it out there. We're going to have to let Joe take his turn and see where everything falls. I'm going to let you go backstage and ruminate on tonight.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Best of luck to you. Joe, come on in, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Are you ready to do this? You're welcome. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right. The screen is yours. Best of luck, Joe.
To everyone that's seeing this right now, when I first started doing the Black Box Screen Review Show, and through that, I learned a lot throughout where my life was going and what it really meant to bring the audience closer to you. And the 3 instances that I think of that make you a good host was one, that I was able to hear people that I've never met ever speak from their heart as to what it meant from them, to be able to monitor fully what those comments were. The second would be, this was something that was always here for me whenever I had the worst moments. I was always able to come here, and I was able to host, and I was able to smile and present you something that was amazing. And to learn from the amazing Green Roomers and you, the engine, what that means, again, and what it means to you, that made every terrible day that I ran home to get on my laptop, set up my green screen, and work on this more amazing. And it's been a pleasure being able to be that host. And I fully admit that I haven't been as faithful, but I'm learning and have been given this opportunity to do so. And 3, to be a good host and what it means to me and why me is I learned that I had to go above and beyond as a host outside of it. And I'm not going to say their name, but they know this. I had offended someone during a show, and this was someone who was a key integral part of TKN, and they are a commenter, and they know who they are. And I offended them, and they had a terrible time during the show. I was very rude, and I took the time out of my workday to apologize to them, but not only apologize to them, to send them a video, because I wanted them to know that if ever they needed to ever reach out, or if they ever felt wrong about what I was doing, that I needed to make sure that they came first. And for me as a host, I want to make sure that everyone feels loved. Everyone feels heard. Now that we're going on YouTube, I won't be able to monitor the comments as much, but at the same time, your voice still will be heard. And I want you to know that I'm going to make sure your voice is heard. You are the TKN. You are the engine. And I love you all, and I thank you for that opportunity.
Okay. Joe, appreciate that. Miss Julie?
Yes. Hi, Kelly.
I'm afraid, guys, it's time to settle this once and for all. So, going to bring in Mr. John Red, as we have, and he's going to vote. John, the fate of Joe and Julie, to a degree, is in your hands with this vote. What say ye?
Yeah. So look, I don't know that there's a right and a wrong host in this case. I mean, I think both of them could host and could do a good job and be there. And, you know, I've seen Joe, and like I said a long time ago, I grew up watching Joe do the review show, and he did a hell of a job. But this show's evolved, and kind of like what Julie was saying, she had this beautiful kitten that was in need of nurturing. She took it, and she is taking care of it for the last several months. Joe, you decided to go off and do what you needed to do, and you left that kitten alone, hungry, needing somebody to take care of it. Julie has done that. She's done a really good job at it, and I think that she deserves to continue to do it, in my opinion, going forward. So my points of this final round are going to go to Julie.
Okay, John Red's vote goes to truly Julie. Minnie McKinney, would you please come on and let us know what you think?
Kelly, first of all, I want to give you props. You've done an amazing job tonight hosting. Great job. Joe and Julie, the stakes tonight have been extremely high. I have had knots in my stomach for both of you. You both did an amazing job all 3 rounds tonight, and you both did great in this round. And why me? Avi did a great job picking these topics for this exact purpose of the black box. Joe, you started the black box as the review show, and you brought it up. And Julie, you took it over, and you've done such an amazing job. You're both, in a way, completely different hosts. But tonight was about who is going to win with these topics, and it's tight. Y'all got me biting my nails down. I'm on the edge of my seat. And you guys did great with this 3rd round. You did. You both went really uncomfortable. You went really deep. Julie, I like how you took it. I like the choice you took of why not me. I like that. Julie, I've got to give you my points.
Thank you.
Okay, Mindy McKinney votes for Truly Julie to remain host of the Black Box. Well, it's your turn to decide your portion of Julie's fate. Please.
Those 3rd topics. Every single match, every single time. It's always gotten us. I felt more from Joe. He elaborated more on his reasons why, and so I have to give my vote to Joe on this topic.
Well, 3 points. Joe Rizard. Thank you, Giselle. All right, and obviously Howard has had some time to think about it after reviewing or viewing the 3rd round. Howard, would you please come in and make the fateful decision for these folks?
One of the sayings I've been thinking about listening to both Joe and Julie is that absence makes the heart grow fonder. And I think in this journey, we've seen that from you, Joe. I think we've seen you reassess what the black box has meant for you. I appreciate your humility in apologizing to this particular fan. You also apologize for your absence, and I think that takes a lot of character to be able to do that. Julie spoke a lot about how so much of this show is about the engine. It's about consistency. It's about passion. But it's also about really having a sense of ownership. And that's a challenge for anyone. And I think starting right off the bat, changing the topic to why not me, for me, speaks about ownership. So my vote goes to Julie.
Okay, Howard Collada's vote goes to Truly Julie. Thank you, Howard. Definitely appreciate that. All right, so I've got to do my bit. I do want to tell the folks, our fans, if you want to call them that, our people in the digital seats, the engine that really makes TKN go. I don't know if I can stress how important a vote this is. This isn't pushing somebody to another round where they might get through it and on and on. It's not just handing somebody a bone or a huge prize to take into the second round. If you can't tell, both these people love the black box. They love, as host, what they're able to do for it and what they get from it. There's no doubt about that. But out there in engine land, if you get your votes up, we may have a little trouble counting them. We're going to take our time. We're going to get them right. So if you do that, Joe, I mean, John read, he did point out to, I guess, the unaided eye, I don't know what went on behind the scenes. You went off and left your baby. Julie came in and picked that baby up and nurtured it and, bought it new clothes and dressed it. And got it where it is. But I have to judge the third topic. If you know me, I do the job in front of me. And I have to judge the third topic. And there was a lot of heart. But oddly, I directly disagree with Howard. Because when the topic was changed, Julie, you went from why me to why not me. To me personally, that took the power from the topic itself. And it kind of robbed yourself of power because you're not then telling everyone why you are the best choice. You're just explaining why you're an okay choice as opposed to someone else. So with that, and Joe really laying his heart on the line, I'm going to read this comment while I process. Julie Hall says, Julie has done a great job as hostess, so she should continue. Vote Julie. Giselle?
Julie has done a great job as hostess, and we have seen a lot of growth in her, especially in the past month, and it has been a joy to witness as well. We are voting tonight based on these topics and how they answered them without bias. Even if these are people we love, even if these are people that we have known for a long time and want to see them in their continued growth. So please keep that in mind when you are voting. In the middle, who spoke to you the most? Not regarding their past actions, not regarding what we saw this past week. Who resonated with you tonight in this topic?
All right. Thank you. Just appreciate that. I was pondering this great question. So I said, as for me, it kind of comes down to Julie picking up something you dropped, nurturing it to your passion that is obviously there. But I think for me, Julie, unfortunately, the tactic of changing the topic, I know it was, it wasn't a gimmick. It was heartfelt. But for me, unfortunately, it just gave Joe's more weight, and my vote does go to Joe. So with that, we need the engine to make this thing move, do what you guys do, fairly, unbiased, based on the third topic. So let's bring them in, folks. I know this is emotional for both you guys. And it could have gone any other way. I mean, it started off as, kind of a runaway.
Kelly, can I
Yes.
say something?
Absolutely.
I want to address a comment by Julie Cabanis real quick.
Okay.
It says, yeah, but Joe left and Julie took over and doing a great job. Julie has been doing a fantastic job. But I want to say that in this case, when I can't properly support my family and I have a talk behind the scenes, say that this is something that's going to be very detrimental, if you want to, yep, nope.
Are you good? Okay. Like I said, I know this is very emotional for both of you. So, we're having a little bit of technical difficulty. I'm going to read the votes as they come in. Take cues from production if we're having difficulty. Ramon Solomon. Ramon is one of my D&D workshop guys. Appreciate you. My reason pretty much echo what Papa Red said, and his vote is for Julie. Jeff Reeder Jr., I vote for Julie. Like Howard said, she's showing ownership, and I liked her take on the topic. Joe, well done, though. Vote for Julie. Luis Shans, hope I'm not murdering your name, brother. I vote for Julie. Straight to the vote. Elise Bender, I vote for Julie. Let's keep them coming in, folks. We've got a ways to go. Julie Cabanas, my vote is for truly Julie. So we got some other folks out there. Chad, I know you're there somewhere. Mary Stanton, I vote Julie because I feel her emotions showed her true feelings and how much this means to her. I know Joe loves the black box, but he made the choice to leave. Another vote for Julie. Thank you, Mary. Appreciate that. Okay. Mark S. Kaplan says, Stan Hansen was great and met him years ago. A super nice guy. He may have got stuck on that clip that was like 2 hours ago, but thank you, Mark. I've not yet met Stan, but he has one hell of a reputation, and I'm looking forward to it on the next episode of Indie Tales. You may want to tune in. That's going to be awesome. Of course, the Black Box is not the only show on the network. There's the voiceover. There's Truly Julie. There's Indie Tales, Changing Minds, Cooking with Purpose, Paper Knife, The Howard Show, and there's actually a myriad of others when we get into the ones hosted luminaries. Look out for those. Martha Risitano has something to say. I wrote this before, but it doesn't show. I'm pretty sure Joe didn't realize there was a baby or a kitten involved in the situation. Once he did, though, he came back. I see redemption here, and I vote for Joe. A controversial question here. If biological parents turn themselves around, would you refuse to return the baby? Must the child go up for adoption? Just asking again. I vote for Joe. No, all the votes are being counted. As I said, there's a little bit of a technical glitch or delay with the display. Martha, thank you very much. I think the other might be a full debate topic at some point. So we're just going to address the fact that you did a very nice phrasing there, and it's a vote for Joe. So each and every vote is going to get counted. This thing is too important to leave things fall by the wayside. We're going to get them all. Here's my man, Chad Top 10 Dixon. In case it slipped by, I vote for Joe. You both make amazing hosts, and I love you both. And that's he says, no matter who wins. And, that's kind of a common thread I'm seeing. Jamie Calabretta says she has more emotion and passion. She's never a quitter. Another vote for Julie. But I'm seeing a lot of folks here that do highly love and respect the both of you. It's tough on them to make this vote, just as it was for me. So, no matter what, take that to heart. Naja Dolly votes for Julie. Straight and to the point. I love the explanations, but I am not opposed to just let me know what you're thinking right there. Jeff Reederer, my vote goes to Julie. All right, do we have anybody else? Here we go. Our man, Dion Carollo. Hope I'm not killing your name either. It's not even about Joe leaving, coming back, or Julie changing the topic. It's the pure love that both have, and Julie just touched my heart deeper with her passion for TKN. So if Avi's cool with that, I'd say that's a vote for Julie. Andrew A. Red III, Joe will always be the black box. My vote goes to him, so vote for Joe. Mary Lloyd, voting for Joe. We're catching them all, folks. We're not letting them slip through the cracks. This is very important. Julie Red, my vote goes to Joe. So 2 back-to-backs for Joe there. A lot on the line here, guys. If you haven't voted, give it that extra thought and put it out there. There's no sense, leaving it off the table. I know it's tough. I've been in many tough voting situations in this whole tournament. As far as heartstrings, this is probably one of the toughest because these are both friends of mine. They both have heart and passion. Unfortunately, only one of them can have the prize. I voted as I saw it. I just ask you guys to do the same. Alexander Texador. I think I got your name right. My vote goes to Julie, but it has nothing to do with Joe leaving. Interesting way of phrasing it, but another vote for Julie. Thank you, Alexander. We appreciate you. There's more out there. There's not too many more. I know that based on head count on Avi's page. But we do have a ton of votes. Man, I want to ask you guys some questions. But I'm afraid I'm just going to rip your hearts out doing it. All right. We're going to count it down, and then we're going to make the announcement. I'll get that from production. So if there's any votes out there, get them to me before I hit 0. We're starting at 10. Okay, wait a minute. Note from production. All right, John. Okay, we're looking for a possible vote. Okay, like I said, we don't want to leave any chads or chips or anything on the floor on this. We are doing our level best to make sure each and every vote is counted and counted accurately so that there are no lingering questions on this. So I do ask the back production, do we have our votes? All right, count it down. Again, if named Larry Vengon. Larry, if you're out there and nobody's seen your vote, I'm counting it down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Round 3. This contest. And the sole host of the black box decision is actually in the books. So I guess it's time to bring everybody on and learn the fate of the host of the black box. So, okay. They've asked me to just go ahead before we bring people in. I'm going to announce this. Total votes were amazing. Thank you all for your participation. We appreciate you every Saturday night, every Wednesday night, and every time you tune in. Thank you. By a vote of 47 to 39, the one and only host of TKN's Black Box going forward is and shall be Truly Julie.
Oh my God. God, I'm so happy, you guys. Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Oh, thank you guys so much. I don't know what else to say except thank you so much. And this means a lot, guys. This means it's huge, and it means a lot to my heart and to you guys. And my stomach is actually in knots, and this just means a lot. Thank you.
Well, you earned it. That's what this was all about. Here comes the guys. I said, round of applause for the host of the Black Box, who is and shall remain Miss Truly Julie. Congratulations. And Joe, my man, you laid your heart out there, dude. You laid your heart out there. Everybody saw it. These contests happen this way. I want a big round of applause for Joe. He put it out there. You know what, guys? It's been a damn privilege to be able to host this show. I appreciate each and every one of y'all's support. This isn't a one-man job. The ensemble, you guys have helped me. I appreciate the guys out there. Let's, myself included, let's shuffle off screen and let Julie and Joe close out this monumental show. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, I would love to just have a moment with Joe. Thank you, Kelly.
Absolutely. Of course.
Yes, Kelly.
Up for Kelly.
Great job tonight, Kelly.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate that.
Great job, brother.
Great job, Kelly. Hosting ain't easy. Joe, there's a reason why my energy is so high and my stomach hurts and my emotions are off the charts, and I know yours are too. It's because, we both love this place. We do. And I want to thank you for being a great competitor. Oh, and you did a great job tonight. And I'm glad that I won, but thank you for being so, an equal in, just being so competitive against me. And, I beat somebody that was very competitive and very good, and you're in round 2 and I'm in round 2, and who knows, maybe we will meet again in round 2. So, Joe, thank you.
We'll meet again. Good night.